Hello, everybody. Welcome to the 6 Hours of Silverstone by NCR. We've got a nice and wet morning here in Silverstone. Nothing more than the usual. We've got a couple of McLarens starting at the front, a couple of Astons behind them. It's going to be a good race. It's very tight between the top three, only a tenth separating them in qualifying yesterday.
Hello everyone.
Welcome,
I'm
Vincenzo.
joining the commentator's booth.
So on the left-hand side there, you can see the starting grid. We've got quite a variety of cars. At the top 18 will be in the Pro class. 19 down will be the Pro-Am class, so we'll technically have two races in one. We'll just have to keep our eye out on the classes and their classifications throughout the race, just to see how everything's going for everyone. We will try our best. You guys feel free to message us in the chat if you want to see a particular car or anything.
Do we want to do a recap of the grid from yesterday quali?
You can.
Okay. So on pole position we have German Sim Racing.de McLaren 677 with Marcus Ettrick that will start the race from the pole. Then on his left we have the 91 LTC Esport McLaren with Conor McClellan in drive. P3 for the first of the Aston Martins with Isidoros Papajim in the 485 NCR Legends. P4 for Elias Rocher, 766 Aston Martin for German Sim Racing.de, the second entry. Then P5, the first of the Porsches, the number 95 High Speed Ninjas with Sam Smith that will start. P6, Moritz Wröbel in the 455 Aston Martin for Neverlift Extreme E-Racing. P7, Yannick Rambach in the Schulze Motorsport Nissan, number 45. P8, Giacomo Padovan in the Team Cujo 913 Ferrari. P9, Tom Hatcher in the Garage 55 Mercedes AMG Evo, number 55. And then Eric Layes for Pit Speed Racing in the 911 Porsche to close the top 10, while in the Pro-Am class we'll start from the pole. Marcel Martins and David Herter in the number 50 Team Project 5 Aston Martin. As you said, we have 33 cars split in two groups with Pro and Pro-Ams, and it will be a nice battle through all the paths.
Yeah, the battle for the top three is going to be close. Of course, those three were separated by just 1/10 of a second yesterday in qualifying. And it goes very close from then on down. Most of the grid was within, what, 2 to 3 seconds in around a long lap such as Silverstone. That's
2
very,
seconds.
very close grid. Should make for a great race. We've got 10 seconds till cars can start rolling for the formation lap. You can see the weather progression on the top right-hand side of the screen. It should stay wet for at least 30 minutes, and then the rain will decrease. Doesn't necessarily mean it's going to go dry. It just means that there will be less rain. Here we can take a look on board at the conditions.
Pretty
Connor
well.
McClellan, pretty wet, but nothing these drivers can't handle.
No. I
Just a
think
little
they
bit dark.
prepared for, yeah, they prepared for everything this race. Considering we are in the UK, where the weather is pretty quickly to change conditions from dry to wet to dry.
This is a great look at all the cars going rather slowly through the Beckett's complex. The cameraman can keep up.
And if I can notice, the 808 McLaren NCR Shadow will start from the pits. It seems that driver one has problems with the wheel.
Unfortunate for them, but starting from the pit lane isn't necessarily the worst option in these conditions. Cars could go spinning out in front, and there's just some free places gained right there, just from the back.
Yeah, and also they will avoid the big pack going into cops and maggots and Beckett's on the first lap, so they can run it safe in the opening stages. While the main group is on the Hamilton Straight at the moment.
Just a huge line of cars going down that straight right there.
So good to watch. Now the cars will go double file. So starting from the Wellington Straight.
Rounding out the final corner, approaching the start-finish line where the green flag will wave and the race will be underway for 6 hours of action at Silverstone. Cars
At
creeping at
sunrise.
70 kilometers an hour towards that green flag, just eager to get underway.
Let's see if the McLarens can do it. It's long wait.
And there are the green lights.
Green flag.
McClellan on the outside is going to try it. He's very brave into turn one. He does it. Gets the move done around the outside. From second place, moves up into first.
And
Meanwhile,
watch
the Astons
the.
behind are being aggressive, almost side by side into Maggots.
Oh, he went wide. The Aston behind went a little bit wide.
Let's take a look at the back of the grid. On the exit, ooh, very nearly contact between the Aston and the Audi there. The Aston slipping on through the inside. Has amazing traction there. It looks like everyone made it through pretty safely.
Yes.
Connor McClellan with a great getaway moves up into first from second place with a good move around the outside of turn 1.
While while the penalties for the 457 has been cleared for race control and now are under review.
Nissan Porsche side by side. We'll see who has the better grip coming into this corner. Porsche just doesn't have the grip. Ooh, the Nissan slides and has to cut the next corner as they approach the chicane. Nissan stays in front. Oh, at the back, almost 4 wide into there. Let's take a look here. Porsche's just trying its best. Oh, and the Audi
Ooh,
spins
there is
out in
an Audi.
front. Managed to keep it on the track, out of the wall, rejoins, back on course.
While the Ferrari just in front of the Porsche, we are looking. I think they lost the place.
At the front, Papa Jim trying to defend third place from Rocher behind.
Message from race director says that the drive-through for the 457 has been cleared as it is not a jump start.
Good to know. As these Astons starting lap 2. Still running very close together. There's a third Aston joining the pack right behind them.
When goes on the outside,
Stowe is a
they
very
are
popular
side by
overtaking spot.
side.
Small bit of contact there.
And he defends for now the third place. And now is a 3 wide battle for the third place with Aston. And a few meters behind we have the Nissan of Schulze Motorsport.
Look at this pack onward, though. It's absolutely
Would
car
the Audi?
to car.
Yeah, the Audi was looking on the inside of the pit, kind of just sneaking into with the nose in.
Oh! Ferrari just turns in, makes contact with the front. Rejoins. Oh, unfortunately spins off again as he gets on the little patch of grass. We'll take a look back at the leading duo, the lead McLarens, battling it out for first place. Approaching the end of a lap, they are getting very close together. Marcus might be able to make a move on this lap. We see the conditions will be changing yet again. The rain will be ever so slightly decreasing more and more as the race
Yep.
progresses.
And the top two already put a gap of 2.7 seconds on the first following
And
car,
there was an
so the
Aston
P3.
spun in the middle of the road. I believe that was Papa Jim stuck in the Maggots and
Um,
Beckett's complex.
Ooh, yeah, that's a big. No, it's not Papa Jim. He's the 996 Aston Martin
Oh yeah, there
dropping
it
down the
goes,
order.
just dropping down the order. There it goes. Down into the 20th position and dropping even more. Let's take a look back at the battle for 15th. This is 12th place. We've got Dijon in the Nissan, number 35. Running in 12th place overall. He's got a massive group behind him, though, defending as best as he can in the KCMG liveried Nissan.
In the meantime,
Oh,
oh, the
bump
car.
there!
Oh,
And
that's
the
a big
Nissan's
one.
facing the wrong way. Let's see if he can get it off the track safely. Nice. Well done by him. Getting out of
And
the
the
way.
car, the Aston that we saw spanning, and we wonder it was Papa Jim, is probably Rebel in the 455 Aston Martin that he also dropped down the order down in P18 at the moment.
Riding with Vessel of KRL Endurance. Currently has a pretty good gap in front and behind. He's got right around the same pace as the car in front. We'll just have to see in the next couple of stages if he can close down that gap as the 32 Audi makes its way into the pit lane.
Yeah, in the pits we have the
Papa Jim
996
now
and the
under pressure
32.
from the Nissan. Battle for 4th place. Both these cars are very good on the brakes.
And in the what?
Of course, two very different configurations of these cars. The Nissan is, just looking at it, is almost twice the size of the Aston Martin, but still able to keep up with it in these conditions. Of course, they have different engine configurations. The Aston with a V8 twin turbo in front, the Nissan with a V6 twin turbo. All the power in these cars gets delivered to the rear wheels.
The yeah the Aston has a more smooth progression out of the corners, and these are in the wets situations, while the Nissan is a little bit more aggressive, as I saw, but still very good in the wet. While now we are looking at the 455 Never Lived Extreme Racing Aston with Vröbel.
Trying to recover after his spin earlier. Spin or contact, not really sure what happened there. As the number 50 gets a drive-through penalty. Aston Martin running in 12th place at the moment.
Yeah, is drive-through penalty for spinning another driver off in lap 1, turn 11.
We see the NCR Legends team defending from the Nissan again. We'll see if the Nissan can get it done into Stowe. Nissan pulls to the outside. Hard on the brakes. Aston covering the inside, but the Nissan might just have the grip on the outside. Aston fighting back. The Nissan's going to have track position going into the next corner. We'll see if he can get it done under brakes. The Aston just a nose in front, leaves some space. Now the Aston has the better corner position, but the Nissan is going to stay in front, runs a little bit wide. Aston still has a nose in. The Nissan can't quite turn in. The Aston's going to stay in front. Great battle between these two. Nissan's still going to try the move on the outside. Nope, not quite. Now let's see if the Nissan can get some grip into this heavy braking zone. Chat says go 38 and 30. Let's tune in with the 38 car. It's Rafael Pereira. Defending from the 455 Aston behind. Running in 3rd overall in the Pro-Am class. 13th overall. Defending to the inside. This is a good Aston Martin on Aston Martin battle. This is now down to driver skill and how well they set up their car for these conditions and this long race ahead. Let's tune in with the number 30 car. That is Daniel Duarte in the lone Bentley of the grid. Currently in 20th overall.
While the drive-thru has been cleared by number 50.
Oh, we see the 119 Mercedes spun. That was number 8. That was, yeah, car in position 18.
While we are watching at the moment, it's Scuderia Iaposta. The Bentley.
At the front, Papa Jim is back in the podium positions.
Yeah, the
It looks like,
766.
yeah, it
The
looks like they
moment.
must have spun or something like that.
Yeah.
Maybe a little bit of contact. But nonetheless,
Yeah.
still pretty close behind in 6th place. The Porsche of Smeets gaining on these two of Papa Jim and Rambach.
Yep. Is all
And a drive-through behind for car number 96, the McLaren running 23rd overall.
Yeah, spinning another driver off in lap 1, turn 1, and lap 2, turn 14.
Multiple incidents.
Yeah, there was some instance in the main pack.
As we see behind, Porsche sandwiched between the Nissan and an Aston Martin.
Yeah. Yep.
It's right on board with the Porsche driver, Sam Smeets. High-speed ninjas.
Trying to close on the Nissan in these early stages of the race.
Gives you just how tricky the conditions are, just following another one. Just get a massive spray from the car in front.
Oh, and there is a car spawn.
Yeah, there's a yellow flag ahead. We see a marshal waving on the
32.
left-hand side there.
Number 32, Audi with the Wilkie May at the wheel, just spawn at the exit of the Abbey.
A lot of supporters for the 38 car in the chat. Tune back in with Pereira. Now running 2nd in class, still defending from the 455 Aston behind.
Yeah, different approach for the two Astons at the exit of the Vale chicane.
Ferrari in the background running a little bit wide, same with the Lexus.
They are still trying to understand the limits of the track.
And of course, with the conditions changing, the limits will be changing. Wow, as the
Ooh,
Aston
very
dives to the
very
outside.
We'll have the inside. Yes, he will. But and the
Yeah, Pereira leaves the space. Ooh.
Too much space.
That, of course, wasn't a battle for position in class, so holding each other up may have not been the best move. As he runs a little bit onto the grass, this might give the 640 Ferrari behind an opportunity.
Yep.
Quite close enough here, though.
Now the Aston can
At
put
the
the
front, there has
traction
been a
down.
lead change. Connor McClellan now in 2nd place behind Ettrick in the 677 McLaren.
Yeah, he lost 4 seconds in the last lap. So a little wiggle, probably.
Patrick Starr, thanks for following. Yeah, not sure. It doesn't look like there's any damage on the car.
No.
Still close enough to 1st place. Battle still will continue throughout the remaining 5 3/4 hours of the race. Ooh, the Nissan running
Ooh.
wide, almost spinning into the barrier. The old pit wall. I guess a new pit wall.
Talking about pitbull,
Yeah,
we have it?
is it
Yeah,
working?
we should. I don't know. I will check it. Give me a sec. So we can also say, yeah, we have pitbull. Live timing. Uh, Kinda broke. Yep, it's kinda broke. I'll keep you updated on this. So we are following the Nissan that in the last lap. Yeah, okay, now it's working. In the last lap gained, not lost a bit on the 485 Aston. Here's still the battle for P2 in class, P13 overall, between number 38 Sim Sexta Vitamina and the Raceline Esport Ferrari. Last Row Racing McLaren is in a pack with the Ferrari. Yeah, he lost the place to the 119 Mercedes, and now he's been attacked by the 913 Ferrari that just received a 5-second time penalty for causing a collision with
Believe
on
we,
lap 1,
yeah, I
turn
believe we
1,
saw that
and turn 2.
contact earlier.
Yeah, and now they just received the penalty.
Able to build a bit of a gap from the Ferrari behind into this braking zone. See the fire coming out of the exhaust. Sky is starting to lighten up a little bit, making it just a little bit easier for the drivers to see the road in front. Let's tune into the battle for 9th place. Vessel in the Audi in front, defending from Dahl in the Aston Martin. Just for position on track, not for position in class, as the Aston goes a little bit slidey there. Drinking and driving team behind. Car 44 Audi is gaining on this Aston Martin, though it seems just in the last couple of corners, gained a couple tenths. Also not for position in class. As we see Hatcher defending from Lays in the Porsche. Mercedes in front in 7th place.
Cuz,
Yes.
can you cap it to 30?
Cap what to 30?
My shirt. what you are sending to me, this
Yeah.
on Discord. Thanks. In all of this, the P1 is pulling away. They are gaining half a second per lap, 6 tenths per lap, and they're increasing their lead on the 91 McLaren. .996 drive-through penalty for causing a collision with and for unsafe re-entry in lap 3, turn 4.
Porsche and Mercedes side by
Ah,
side. Maggots and Beckett's.
oh,
Well, the
that was risky.
Mercedes is going to go off, but the Porsche is going to take the position, moves himself up into 7th place.
That was a nice move. Oh, a little wiggle for the Mercedes. Going into chapel.
Good move from Eric Lays. Pit Speed Racing 911 Porsche.
The other pit speed racing entry with the 191
What do you know?
Ferrari.
That was cool.
What?
Just tuning over to the other pit speed team.
Yeah. With the Daniel Wendelspiels. Oh, and he's attacked by the Aston. The
Yeah, this
number
isn't for position in
29
class, but
for
still
position
would like to keep
overall.
that possession overall. Yeah, exactly.
And the number 29 is the Dive Bomb Massacre team. They're running the Optimum Motorsport livery. And he's flashing to the Ferrari. He is so desperate to have that place back, or gain that place.
Yeah, he knows this isn't for position in class. He just wants that track position to try and gain on the cars that are in his class in front, like that 35 Nissan in front, directly in front of this car in 16th place, and ultimately trying to catch up to 12th place where the drinking and driving team is in with the 44 Audi. You see the Bentley behind taking to the wet line, perhaps overpressuring the tires, just trying to lose some heat, get some water on them. You don't want to overwork your tires at the beginning of the stint because they will just go off a cliff in the last 20 minutes of the stint.
So they need also to manage them as best as possible.
Exactly, you want to set
Well,
pretty consistent lap times. Well, a 15-second penalty to car 35 should make it easier for car 29 to gain a couple places now. Is Papa Jim defending to the inside? Nissan again to the outside. This battle has been going on for quite some time. This is epic stuff.
Bit wide the Nissan. Yeah, now seems a two-way battle for P3.
Yeah, the Porsche has fallen off a
in
bit
this early
after its
stage.
battle, but nonetheless has some clean air to try and gain a couple seconds on these guys.
Yep, the Porsche is losing a couple of tenths per lap. And it seems the weather will go decreasing in the rain in the next half an hour to light rain, and that's good news for the drivers.
Good news or bad news, depending on how you look at it. They're going to try and hope that that light rain that rain decreases during their pit stop when they can readjust their tire pressures accordingly, because if that rain decreases in the middle of their stint, their tire pressures will go way up. That'll make it very hard to find grip on this very wet surface. Papa Jim just pulling away in a couple sectors, but the Nissan closing down in others. It's just a very tight battle. You do really need to be a lot faster than the car in front to overtake, or just hope for a mistake.
just to give you some infos, the Nissan has the purple sector 1 with the 37.4, but so he gains like half a second
You see what I mean?
on the Aston, but then he loses the half a second he gains in sector
Whoa!
2.
Side
So
by
it's pretty,
side! Maggots and Beckett's, the two
and
Astons!
it's close.
Is Dahl gonna take P10? He's in front
Oh
for
boy, he can do
now!
it. Yeah, he can do it.
The battle's
Nord
gonna
Racing.
continue into Stowe corner. Dahl defending to the inside, cutting back to the outside. Perfect braking, doesn't go deep, doesn't open up the inside for the car behind. That is great racing. We're seeing some bold moves into Maggots and Beckett's today, especially in this rain. Battle for P3 continues, but in the back, P5 now under pressure from Rocher in the 766 Aston Martin. It's right on with the wing of the Porsche. Oh man, there's the action.
You said action? I love action.
I mean, the cameraman's having a hard time keeping up in Maggots and Beckett's a couple times, but that's alright. It's early.
Yeah.
It's early. He'll get there. Still 4:30 a.m. in game. Sun just about creeping up. Definitely still need those headlights on for the best visibility. That's the Vale chicane that they just did, right?
Belgian.
Is that right? Yeah? Cool.
Yeah,
Alright.
yeah.
Sick. We're getting more turn names down. 'Here we have a three-way battle for 9th place. Developing, almost contact between the Audi and Aston Martin. Perhaps a mistake from Bessel because these two Astons were battling each other. Now they're right on the tail of the Audi.
Yeah. The Audi is losing a bit of time now. And so the Aston.
30 minutes gone in the race. The top three remain the same as they did in qualifying. Rombach moving up a few places now up into 4th place. Dahl now with a 15-second time penalty. The Pro-Am leader.
And this for spinning off another driver in lap 3.
Ooh, the Audi gets a bad exit. The Audi does have a great straight line speed advantage over the Aston Martin though. I wouldn't say great, but it has one.
There is contact. Little contact.
A little bit of contact, but I don't think that's just some hard racing. Nothing wrongdoing there from either driver. The Audi just parking it
While
on the apex, not letting the Aston take the inside line. Great defending.
while behind there was a yellow flag, probably caused by the 640.
Yeah, this battle for 9th place is going to continue on for the remainder of this stint. We'll just see if the Aston can gain the track position. And Smeets has fallen back into 6th place. The 766 in front has gone through. Car behind is not for position. I believe he just lapped that car recently. There's a blue flag for the McLaren in front. Porsche going a little bit wide, still holding it in a straight line though. As the Aston has now gone through the Audi in the Maggots and Baggots complex, so a lot of moves happening in that complex. Into the Vale chicane. Bumper to bumper action here. The Audi runs a little bit wide. Maybe the Audi's tires are just going off a little bit. He is struggling for grip out of those slow corners. Dahl of Nord Racing, still leading the Pro-Am class, carrying a 15-second penalty, which he will have to serve during his pit stop.
And seems that the 455 is pulling away on the Audi and the Nord Racing 997 Aston. Slowly but surely pulling away. Like gap now is 1.1 increasing. Ooh, there is a wiggle, big wiggle for the Nissan in P15. for the Nismo GT3 DND entry. Following the Team Boost Lexus number 995, P14 overall, P3 in class. They have a big gap at front, actually. Yeah, like 8 seconds to the Ferrari. And the Nissan has to serve the penalty. Now we are on board with the P10, the KRL Endurance team, with Marvin Vessel that is attacked by the 997 Nord Racing Aston down into the Vale chicane, while there is a 5-second time penalty for the car number 20, and this is a 10-second time penalty for the number 20 for spinning off another driver in lap 12, turn 17. And that will be a big penalty for them. Ooh, and there is a spin. There is a spin for the Audi, probably caused by the Aston. And also the Ferrari goes through. Now the Audi has to do it all again, past the Ferrari, the 640 Ferrari. That is the Raceline Esport entry. While in front, the 677 McLaren is pulling away, gaining 1.1 second in the last lap and stretching the gap to 13 seconds on the 91 McLaren. That's starting to become a good chunk of time for the opening stages. And now the Audi has in front the two car, and now we go on the leader, the 677 German sim racing Dotti entry, that in the last lap gained 1.1 seconds, as I said. Let's see in this lap how much he will gain. There is a yellow flag. But seems it has been cleared. While also Isidoros Papa Jim in the 485 Aston in P3 is pulling away on the Nissan of Rambach in P4. And now we are just watching them, and the Aston, the two Aston, that I think one is the lap, the first is on the lead lap, the other is lap, chasing now the Nissan in the cop, and they're closing the gap. In the last lap, they lost half a second, but they are pretty close. Now into Maggots and Beckett's. Delivery spied by Gran Turismo. Now we are on board with them into the onto the hangar straight, going into stow on the limit. While the rain is decreasing, the track is getting warmer and warmer. The wind is moving the clouds. Oh, that's close for the Aston. He's trying everything to be as close as possible to the Nissan, while we can see the clear gap between P3 and P4 and 5. Going into the farm and the loop. Exiting the loop on the Wellington Straight, the Nissan can still defend the P4. Who's tries to close every door, but the Aston is there, waiting for his mistake. Onto the finish line. 206 flat, PB for the Nissan.
Yeah, we're seeing a lot of personal bests with the conditions improving, but the leader did make a mistake. He was 7 seconds off his pace. That should help P2 close down that gap. P4 able to pull away just a slight bit from the Aston behind. Let's tune in back to the battle for now 11th place. These two still going at it, but they dropped a couple paces on Dahl and Terhar. Now outside the top 10. The Audi goes very deep. Might open up the door for the Aston. He's going to try to switch route, but the Aston might just cover it off. Just a little bit of room for the Aston, not enough though. Tries to stick his nose in, but almost causing contact between the two, spinning the Audi around. Stewart catching, oh, excuse me, catching up to the Ferrari in front. Of course, that battle between them won't be for position in class, just for the overall standings. The Audi gets a great exit. Sorry, the Aston gets a great exit compared to the Audi. Going into Stowe. The Aston's going to try to switch back. He's going to be on the outside for the braking of Vale chicane.
Oh boy, this should be interesting. The Audi puts the traction down, but the Aston has the favor of the corner. Still side by side entering Ebay. Now into farm, and is cleared the overtake.
Yeah, good clean battle from these two going on for quite some time now. Going from 9th place, now the battle for 11th place. Now the 455 can go and try and hunt down the Ferrari in front of him.
And
191 Ferrari defending from the Lexus behind.
And seems there was a close call between the 91 and the 485 as the 485 moved into P2.
And at the front, Papa Jim is now in 2nd place.
Yeah, as
McClellan
I said,
defending in 3rd.
there was a close call between the 91 and the 485 seems. And now it's a 4-way battle for P2. Maybe 5-way battle. Oh, they defend. Bit wide, bit deep in the entry and the exit of eBay. And the Aston goes side by side with Nissan into Village. Squeezes. And the Nissan stays in front, but Aston has just enough space to not be kicked out of the track. Fair play by both of the cars. Now into this braking zone. Oh, the Aston closes a lot on the Nissan in the braking zones. And now Papa Jim has the opportunity to pull away while the Nissan goes a bit deep and wide on the curb in the cops. And this helps also the Aston behind to close the gap while we are following the this battle. While the P1 has back over 10 seconds, precisely 11.3 seconds on the 485 Aston. And they just lapped the 457. Now they have a clean track for a bit. Yellow flag. Oh, they're side by side again. The Village, the Nissan, and the Aston. This time the Aston doesn't have quite the time to go for the move and the space. So they are still there. Nissan looking on the inside of the McLaren. This
Yeah, he's either looking
away.
up the inside or trying to cool down his tires a little bit.
And trying to show himself in the mirrors of the McLaren in front.
Yeah, rain is going to keep decreasing as time goes on, so this will eventually turn into a dry race towards the end of the event.
I was expecting it.
Of course, qualifying was in the dry, so these drivers are well equipped with their setups for dry conditions. Hopefully they just chose the right setup for mixed conditions such as this race. Now fairly bright, you can see the clouds in the distance.
Yep.
Fairly light clouds though, nothing too thundery. Doesn't look like. It's a great battle we have from second to fifth on. All four of these drivers setting very identical lap times. The difference on the last lap between the slowest and the fastest was just 0.2 seconds. Jim just losing a bit of time to the drivers behind, but really not too much. If he can keep his Aston in front on track, it'll be good once he goes into the pits. Give his teammates an opportunity to battle for third and second place, maybe even try and catch up to the lead. So on this stint, it doesn't look like he quite has the pace to keep up with the leaders. Everyone improving as the rain is decreasing. Everyone setting personal bests on this last lap. As these drivers are now approaching a bit of traffic in front, we'll see how that plays out in the next few minutes. I'm just a little bit deep on the brakes. The door was open for the Aston Martin there, but the Aston also followed the Nissan deep into the corner as the McLaren dives to the inside. Here we see the leader. Clear gaps in front and behind. We see a car spinning off to the right-hand side of the track. Nissan and Aston still defending, almost contact, bumper to bumper between the two of them.
Well, Connor seems to pull a gap, little gap.
Yeah, because the Nissan and Aston might be battling so hard, this costing them a little bit of time to third and second place. Now there's gaps.
Hello.
Not quite right. There we go.
Hello everyone, hello stream. Hello, Carlos. Hello, Vincenzo.
Welcome.
Hello.
Oh, so how is it going? The stream, everything?
Everything's going great. Battles for second to fifth place we are tuning in with at the moment. Just
Yeah,
negotiating a
they
bit
are
of
all in
traffic at the
1.5
moment.
seconds, and there has been a ticket for it, if you're wondering.
Yeah, we did see a car spinning off. Well, a
No,
lapped car
it's
was
a
spinning
black
off.
marker. Yeah.
Yep.
There was a ticket for the overtake of number 485 on 91, because there was kinda of a dive bomb, and the 485 and the 91 overreacted a bit and let the 485 through.
What is racing incident or penalty?
What did you say, Vincenzo?
I said racing incident.
There wasn't an incident. It was pretty much the 480 the 91 just moving away because it was scared of an incident, but there wouldn't have been contact if it didn't swerve. So
Oh,
we looked
racing.
into it and we checked the distances and there wouldn't have been any crash. So they just got off with a warning and like be a bit more careful.
Great move
While
from the
the
38 on the outside.
Vitamina, the Vitamina number 38 just did no some move on Village. On the dive bomb massacre number 29 Aston Martin. And the track moved to damp, so we will see some dry patches soon, probably in the next half an hour.
Gonna be time for dry in what? Half an hour? An hour?
Probably, yeah, 40 minutes. Well, that will be interesting for strategy wise.
I will be.
Yeah, it will be
Yeah, especially
interesting
now
for
we
the
see the
strategy.
track conditions have changed to damp from wet. You see the
Again?
Lexus pulling off to the right just to cool the tires down, trying to stay on the wet line.
Yeah, setup here is the most important thing, probably. If you have a setup that can go wet to dry to dry to wet, then you're golden. Even if you do one extra pit stop to change your tires.
That in this track is around 50 seconds or 1 minute. If another extra pit.
If you go 3 seconds a lap faster, which it's like what, 20 laps?
Yeah.
Nothing. So I think it's worth it to pit one more time, but to have the proper tires every time. And we were stewarding like for the past hour, and this is a quite a clean race considering the Nürburgring event we did last time. Like only 11 tickets, and we already finished them.
Well, there is a 12, I saw.
Yeah, now there is a 12. I'm probably gonna go and watch it. But the race has been clean. There has been a couple of incidents especially in the back, and especially in the first 2 to 3 laps as expected. But after that, we only had 2 incidents, and everyone seems to not have any sort of problem like connection, and everything is stable. So yeah,
That's good.
The
yeah,
drivers are
that's good.
the drivers are starting to cycle through pits. Like the 91 and the 766 are in the box at the moment.
So I will now leave the stream, get back to commentate to stewarding,
Sounds good. Thanks for joining
and
us.
so if you need anything, I'll be on for around 2 more hours. Then I'll have to leave. But if you need anything else from a steward point of view, if we want to ask us something, just feel free to DM me. I'm gonna join with pleasure. So, anyways, enjoy the stream. 30 viewers. Cheers. See you.
Yeah.
Yeah, we saw a little bit of a spin from the 38 there. Still able to keep it going. If he does have any flat spots on his tires, he will be able to pit soon and take care of that issue.
chat they say beautiful car, best skin ever. I mean, it's a good looking skin for the number 38 Vitamin Aston Martin, not gonna lie. While the top 3, the top 4, decided to stretch the stint, probably hoping that in the next 10 minutes the track will be dry enough to put the ice. It's a big gamble because it's still raining. But let's see what happens. While the Nissan has to defend from the 995 lapped Aston Martin that is sitting at the moment in P15. Oh, wait, is that 995? Oh, we are looking now at the 911 Porsche. While also the Mercedes number 55 stopped for his first pit stop.
Yeah, after 28, 29 laps, people starting to enter the pits. There we see the weather cycling again. It's gonna go even lighter rain.
Light wet. In half an hour we will see drivers pitting again for dry tires probably. Half an hour, 40 minutes. Because that rain is so light, you don't know if you should stick on wets that will probably burn or dries that will freeze during the stint. So it will be a tough call for the teams to decide what pick. Now we are watching the 997 leader.
Eventually we'll get to it.
What?
Eventually the
light rain?
cameraman will keep up to it.
Yeah.
Leader pits after 29 laps. Good stint from them, pulled about a 10-second gap on the cars behind.
They will have to serve the penalty, unfortunately. While the leader is in
Oh!
oh, that's very bad for the 997 and also the other Aston. And the Ferrari just behind that. That's bad.
That's not how you rejoin.
And that's another spin. And the Ferrari behind, that was probably the 913 Ferrari, was super lucky to avoid it.
Yeah, that was close.
While the 457 received a 10-second penalty for a contact with another car in lap 27.
The Mercedes carrying damage behind.
Ooh, the Bentley is slow.
Yeah, I wonder if they've also had some sort of problem. It looks like the Mercedes had some front end damage though. Looks like the hood's a little popped up.
Maybe they touched.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on with that Mercedes, but yeah, maybe I just can't see.
Oh, and the Bentley pitted already. If they have damage, they have to stop again.
Front end does not look right.
Yeah, not for the Mercedes. Yeah, it can still be at 5-10 seconds damage. Or worst case,
P13
20
and 14
plus.
in the box. Papa Jim is
Yeah.
out in the lead.
And
5 seconds
yes,
in front. Second place.
yeah, yes. He has to pit within 2 laps.
Yeah, I'll probably have to pit at the end of this lap.
Ooh, and the track will go overcast in the next half an hour. So it will stop raining.
Yeah, and with the temperature rising, that should help the track dry up even faster. Ooh, Papa Jim, a little bit of a wiggle, has to cut through a bit of the complex there. Oh, and we see a car in the middle of the track. There might have been contact. Yeah, there must have been with that Audi.
That's unfortunate.
That is unfortunate. Car
While
number
the
20 in the
actual,
box.
yep. Well, the actual leader is
P6?
P6.
Yep.
47 seconds clear to the Papa Jim. So at the exit, they will still be in front, but let's see how much he will have on the 485 leading car.
And this car
While
was running
Conrad,
in second place, currently defending from the 38 of Pereira. Will have to box at the end of this lap or next lap. Probably this lap, yep, as he just started his last lap on
yep,
these tires.
yeah, Pereira has to stop still. Oh, that's a bit aggressive. Especially when you know that the car in front has already pitted.
This battle's still continuing between the 997 and 455 Aston.
And remembering that the 455 at this, after the very first lap, they were pretty down the order, like P18 or around that zone. Now they
That's
are
true, they
back
did have a bit of a spin, I
a
think, in
wiggle.
Maggots and Beckett's.
Yeah, they had a spin the first laps. And Papa Jim is in the box with Sam Smith in the Porsche. So P2 and P4 are in the box while the Nissan tries the move and do another lap. He does another
That's
lap.
risky.
That's risky, especially with the steam timing. But if they calculated it, it can be an interesting move. While they cycle,
Now
Isidor's
Haters is in the
out,
car.
Utkubayar in.
Yeah, the leaders are clear through.
And the Porsche, the 95 Porsche, I think overtook the 485 in the pits due to the penalty. No, there was no penalty, so let's check if I saw correctly. While, yeah, the 677 McLaren is 41 seconds back.
Just about everyone in
The
the box now. Pit lane is
Yeah,
full of activity. You just see there 5 or 6 cars in the pits.
well, that was expected.
Yeah, now I'm just curious to see if
Oh,
Rumbach
they
can
have
get
20
to the
seconds.
pits in time.
That's close.
It is close. He has 20 seconds to get to the pit line, a pit
Yeah,
start
he
line.
can do it. He can do. Box, box, box for the Nissan driver. Oh, that's close. 4
5.
seconds.
Wow! Just made it.
That was risky. While, as I saw, now it's confirmed, the high-speed Ninjas 95 Porsche is in front of the 485 NCR Legends.
Yeah, we'll have to see where the 45 Nissan cycles into this pack. They were running in 4th place before the pit stops. There we see the leaders going by. P2 rolls through.
That's the Royal Blue
And
Esport
now
Ferrari
is,
P4.
yep, yep,
They are.
they will come out P4 exactly where they were before the pit stops.
So there has been a driver change. Yannick out Stefan in, while
Yeah, and it seems the early pit stop for McClellan didn't really pay off. He's dropped down the order now into 5th.
and yeah, the gap to P2 should be around 15 seconds. So yeah, for now it didn't pay off, but they did the undercut on the others. So let's see if this pays out. Yeah, 15 seconds to the P2. Now that everyone has cycled through the pits, we have the leaderboard that says the McLaren is still on the lead with 8 seconds clear on the Porsche, with 15 seconds on the Aston, and about 21 seconds on the Nissan. So that's quite packed. Still quite packed after only 1 hour of racing.
This is the car in 10th place, the 640 Ferrari of Raceline Esports, running in 1st overall in Pro-Am. They have a 10-second gap over the 2nd place car in their category, which is the 808 McLaren, which started from the pit lane.
Well, that's a big step in forward for them. Started from the pits, and they are in P11 after 1 hour. The 808 NCR Shadow. And if I remember correctly, yeah, Felix started, and so he's doing a double stint. But seems he has still to stop. So maybe he pitted on lap 1. Yeah, and now he's in the pits.
Okay, that makes more sense.
Yeah. It was a big improvement if it was actual.
It's right on board with the car that qualified in 2nd place, trying to gain on the Nissan in front. Great sounds coming from the McLaren engine. Mid-engine layout here. I believe it's also a V8 twin turbo. Trying all he can using the limits of the track and the car to gain on P4. 45 Nissan in front. Gap is at 1.5 seconds. Gained a little bit of time on the last lap. Let's tune in to the battle for 15th place. This is between the 997 and 119. David Mutka at the wheel. for Nord Racing now. This car is running in 3rd in class overall. 5 seconds behind their next car in front. Trying to defend from the 119 behind. Do you think it's time for slicks? Not yet. It looks like there's still too much rain coming down from the cameras.
Yeah, it's still raining. Maybe in 20 minutes you
Probably
can
like
start
20 to 30
thinking,
minutes.
you can start thinking for the dry tires, but the track needs to dry up a bit.
Yeah, the only way the track can dry up at this stage is with a lot of cars driving over it. And so that just really depends on how quickly the track dries out, just by that alone. With 33 cars on track, it shouldn't take too long. Take a look at the END team,
The
currently in
number
11th place.
47. Yeah, P11. They are catching, or trying to catch, the number 55 Mercedes that has quite a bit of margin. Yes, 7.8 seconds. While the car behind, the 996, pits again.
There we have a battle for 19th between the 60 McLaren. This is Airborne Racing. Oh, also having to defend from the Audi behind. This is a nice three-way battle we have going on here. Audi trying to stick the nose in the inside, no room. Nissan runs wide. Single file into Meggetts and Beckett's. Nissan gets a little bit wiggly on the exit. Let's see if this will give an opportunity to the McLaren. Going into Stowe corner. Not quite close enough to get the move done. Nissan has much better traction out of that corner. Same with the Audi. Audi closer and closer, going to stick his nose in on the inside. Diving in over the curb. McLaren leaves enough
Ooh.
space. Good racing
Yep.
between the two. McLaren does stay in front.
And the Nissan will try to use this to pull away a little gap.
Oh,
But
the
the
McLaren
Audi,
opens the door.
the Audi
walks right
puts the
in.
traction down side by side, and
Over the
it
curb,
goes
the
in.
McLaren goes a little bit onto the grass as well. Dipping a few wheels onto that will not help you accelerate. And ultimately losing the position to the Audi, but the Audi runs deep. McLaren takes the place right back. Sweeps into the inside. Takes it right back.
That was a quick fire between the two. And the Nissan is saying, thanks, we'll pull a whole second that I can manage now. While the Nissan seems to have a little problems in this T1, the 35 entry.
After their pit stop, the 808 is in 26th overall. 1.7 back of their next competitor.
The number 50, Team Project 5.
This time the McLaren running deep into Stowe corner. Trying to get closer to the bumper of the Nissan in front. Ooh, and the McLaren gets very wiggly. That's going to give the Audi a very good opportunity. Try to onboard with the Audi. Listen to that V10. Wow, McLaren taking the inside from the Nissan. The Nissan's going to try and defend from the Audi. Staying very tight, but the Audi's going to have the traction out of the corner. And just like that, in one complex, the Nissan loses 2 places.
Now, will the Audi try the move again on the McLaren? I think so.
At the front, Roche has gained a place on McClellan, moves up into 5th. McClellan drops to 6th, 2 seconds back of this car.
Yeah, the car is starting to drop a bit in performance, seems.
Yeah, not quite sure what's going on there. The conditions just might not be suiting the McLaren as well as the Aston is at the moment.
That is going offline to take as much water as possible to cool down the tires. Because seems the rain intensity is still going down, and it will go down in the next half an hour.
The Audi has gone through the McLaren in this battle for 18th overall.
Now
8
they
seconds
have
to
to
the car in
catch
front.
8 seconds. Oh, a little drift in the middle of Stowe for Wilkie.
The 191 just cruising around on its own.
Yeah, yes. 22 seconds to the car in front and around 15 on the car behind. So it's in a pretty empty spot. Yeah, 16 seconds. While Marcos is pulling away again, and Aether's moved into
Yeah, it looks like
V2.
Smeets has made a mistake. On his last lap, he dropped 3 seconds.
Yep.
Still able to hold on to a podium place.
Another car that dropped, as we saw, it was the 91 McLaren. That's why maybe lost the place. And then also, yeah, everyone is going offline again to cool down as much as possible the tires. Ooh, that's risky for the Nissan, and the Aston has the opportunity. Going into Maggots and Beckett's, looking on the inside. The Nissan leaves the space, but he closes the door. Tries the switcheroo, but it doesn't work, so he will probably try the triple switcheroo. To have a good eye. Jumps on the green's tarmac at the inside of the last right-hander. before Chapel, and so he lost the momentum he was gaining on the Nissan. Oh, and now he's close. He will look on the outside
I think
when
he
the Nissan
just
is
lost some
hovering him.
traction pulling out of the slipstream. Looks
Yeah,
like he
I
just
saw.
wiggled out.
He had a little two rift. Well, see, it seems there is a yellow flag somewhere.
Nissan defending to the inside. This is the second place car in the Pro-Am category, the 997. Battling with the Lexus behind.
Hello?
See if the Lexus can get a move done, not quite.
Seems that it will stop raining, or it already stopped raining. Well, this is a big pack of cars.
Yeah, and this 997 has just gotten by that 911 Porsche. Porsche's also let the Lexus through.
It's a four-way battle for P11 between the Aston, the Porsche, the Lexus, and the Mercedes. And the Mercedes will try to have a go on the Porsche that is leaving the space to a lot of cars, seems.
Well, those two are
Probably
both pit
some.
speed racing teams, so they were probably communicating with each other. There was probably some team direction there,
Yeah,
letting the faster car through.
still, I was wondering maybe he had some problems.
Yeah, it's very possible. It seems like he could be, because I remember that 911 was up in the top 10 at one point.
Yeah, top 5, top 6, I remember too.
And in the battle for fourth place, the 766 has gone through. 45 Nissan in fifth place. Semps meets with another slow lap in third. Another 7 seconds off the pace of his previous lap. Or his best lap, that is. Right on board with the Lexus of Jason List, Team BUSR. The Aston in front makes a little bit of a mistake, gets on the wet curb. Dives to the inside to cool the tires. Yeah, the Aston taking very wet lines all the time. Lexus not having to do that.
All the time you take the wet line.
And McClellan is dropping down the order yet again. Now now down
Spin.
into 10th
He lost 6
place.
seconds. He lost 6 seconds, so probably spin. That's unfortunate start for them. They had a little, really good
Maybe they
opening.
boxed again. Maybe they're on dry tires now because James Jackson is
Let
now in
me.
the car.
I will tell you. Give me a second. If it's James in the car, then yeah, they boxed again.
They definitely boxed again, but the real question is they put on the dry tires, and will that strategy pay off for them now?
Well, that's a really short stint. 29 minutes, 13 laps, and yeah, probably they are on dry tires.
Well, that 13
Well,
minutes extra does help them in the long run because now they just have to do the normal amount of pit stops. You don't have to take into account some sort of splash and dash or anything like that.
no, they don't need any splash and dash. So on that they are safe. They let's say they they played the jolly of the splash and dash already. Because with the stint timer we have it was sooner or later that if you want to stretch every stint you will need a splash. They, as I said, they probably already played it. It's a big gamble because it's still raining. Let's see if the front runners will adapt to this. While we are watching the Never Lift Extreme Racing number 455 back in P17 and has again a 15-second time penalty for causing a collision on lap 30. That was about 20 minutes ago. And we also other cars are pitting. The number 32 Audi down in P27, the number 60 down in P19. They are pitting again,
Yep, track
probably
condition
both
has
of them for
changed to
dry tires.
greasy.
Oh, that's gonna be interesting now, because now it's the cutoff for dries and wets.
Yeah, we
While
just
haters, just quick note, 2045, fastest lap of the race still seems,
yeah,
and
he's
gained,
reeling down, chasing the leaders, almost gained a second.
yeah, gap is 12 seconds with 14 on the car behind. The 756 received a the 766 5-second time penalty for causing a collision on lap 41. While we're watching the fight for P16 between Thiago Bogas and Marcel Müller. This is fight for the leaderboard position, not for class position, but still nice to see. Jason List for Team Boost catching the 997 entry for P2 in class, and seems that it stopped raining. It stopped raining. This will be a good moment for the drivers to change tires. Now the track will go from greasy to green, I think in about a couple of laps. And from that the drivers will change to dry tires. So let's see who will do the undercut. While James Jackson is down in P13 at the moment, he lost a couple of places to the cars we are just looking. While the team booster has to lap the the last row racing McLaren and can still continue the fight and the pursue with the when it goes wide the Lexus, while the Aston goes on the inside of the Hamilton straight to catch as much as possible to cool down the tires, while in front someone pitted. Here we're watching instead the battle for P15 between the 911, the 38 and the 455, and also the 913 that after some damages in the first part of the in the first 20-30 minutes is starting to climb back the lead.
And this is a four-way battle for 15th overall.
Yeah, and there is the
And
leader
then
just
there's the
behind
leader
them.
right behind them. Yep.
Let's see if the leader will do the pit or he will stay out, because now I think it's almost time to change tires. Mm,
And I'm not sure if they
it
bumped, but
was
it
a
looks like it.
netcode contact, probably. While the 95 has pitted is back in P7, so that's gonna be interesting to see. Track is still greasy. P1 in the pits. Yep, P1 in the pits. Also the 997 and 995 pits. P11 and P12. So Thiago Bogas gains some places, while Utku Bayer for NCR, it's still out. So he's probably waiting for a green track to switch to dries. Let's see, last lap of a wet tire is 204. Last lap of a dry tire is 212. So the wet tire is still faster than dry, but for how long it will be faster is the question that every team is trying to understand and answer. While Schulze Motorsport is moved into P3, Marcel Müller is back in P16, and the gaps are now stretched here. The Ferrari gained on the Porsche, that gained on the Aston, that gained on the other Aston. And the car we are just looking has a 15-second time penalty to serve at the next pit that will just put them behind in 35 VC. So they will lose only a place.
Yeah, you can see the dry line on the right there.
Yep. Oh, the Vitamina 38 is went deep into the corner.
Couple more cars in the pits, swapping over to the dry tires.
That was close. That was close, but still a clean fight. And they gained a place, Marcel. While the Ferrari that was in front of them just went into the pits. So let's see if they will swap drivers for the 913. Davide De Marco was in the drive. Now it will be let's see. For the front runners, no one has pitted yet, apart for the leader. And the 677, yeah, we're waiting him to see what laps he can do on dry tires while we're watching P26 and now P25 Airborne Racing with René Talassinas just being overtook by the P95 Porsche, so it should be P3. No, 95 Porsche is P7.
Yep, they've already pitted for dry tires.
Yeah, and last lap of the Porsche was a 2:07.4, while the Aether's still on wets is on a 2:06 flat. So it's
455.
almost there.
Gotten through the
It's almost
Porsche.
there.
Moves his Aston up into 12th overall.
55 in the box. Another place gain.
Haters from the lead pits.
Yeah, it's probably time to pit. Let's see if he will stay in the car. Or he will swap. Probably to Dynamite? I don't know. While also Rocher is in the box and he will serve the 5-second time penalty. And Aether stays in the car. So he swapped to dry tires. And he will continue. While the Ferrari goes through. The P1 goes through. And Stefan Key still stays out. Q066 for the Nissan, Q079 for the McLaren 677. And he's chased down by a Lapid car that seems faster than him. And indeed, he goes through. He let him through. Is the 995 entry the car that just went through? Probably.
997, I think.
997. Okay.
The
Still,
995 is Lexus.
Oh, right. The 5 is Lexus. So he's the 7, 997. Yeah, he's on dry tires, the 997. I saw him pit.
The 677 also did a driver swap.
For
Romanovsky now in the
Romanovsky.
car. Yep, no, he's now in the car.
So let's see when they will pit. The track is still greasy, even if there is a lot of wind. 4 kph to move the clouds around. While from the chat there is some cheering for Bogas and Nissan in the box. So, the gap between the 677 and the 485 is under 3 seconds. They closed the gap.
Yeah, the undercut did not work at all there.
Well, 38 drive-through by race control. He arrived at drive-through for contact with another driver in lap 42. Well, that's a big penalty.
Yeah, that really is.
Talking instead about undercut, the undercut that didn't work at all in the end is the 91 McLaren. It's down in P9. Unfortunately for them, the early swap didn't work properly. Now he's stuck behind the 29 Aston and the 463 Audi. That they have still to stop. The 44 has stopped. The 29 no. Not the 44, the 463 whatever. 463 has stopped. The 29 has still to stop.
very close to contact there.
Oh, drifty.
And we have a Pro-Am entry in 3rd place.
Well, they have still to pit.
They've
Probably.
still to pit, I think, but nonetheless.
Yeah, the Ferrari is still to pit. He's 45 minutes into his stint, second stint, and the 38 penalty was cleared by race control. So probably someone peeled it or
Yep, and now the battle for the
miscommunication.
lead is on. Haters within a second of Danny.
Oh boy, this is going to be interesting now. Haters, purple, 2026. He gained 1.5 seconds on the car in front, on Danny Romianowski. So now it will be a battle for the lead between a McLaren and an Aston.
There's another battle between
While,
Aston Martin and McLaren. Never mind.
yeah, he said that the that Aston had to pit, and it seems that the drive was moved or was cancelled for the 38, but the 455 received the drive. Yeah, the contact was with the car 455 and not 38 or not 42, while the leader goes a bit deep in the village. Now he's chased down the Wellington Straight.
Bentley number
Not close
30 is
enough.
in the pits.
The only Bentley we have on track today.
It's kind of surprising. You'd think there'd be more Bentleys at the Silverstone track, but not a very popular choice today. McLarens and Astons are the most popular, and I think there are 9 Astons and 8 McLarens in the field.
Yeah, around that. At one point we reached 13 McLarens and 10 Aston Martins. While stop and go 30 for the number 27 for speeding in the pit lane. Well, that is harsh. A harsh penalty, but is given by the game itself.
Yeah, nothing race control can do about that one.
No. While the leaders they just lapped the 29 Aston Martin. So after 2 hours, we have still 15 cars on the lead lap, and the 640 is in the pits.
Haters has a really good exit out of here. Let's see if he can get anything done into the first corner.
He's putting him under pressure. Ooh,
Has a look
that's
on the inside.
a big look.
Yeah, we've got a good battle for the lead going on here. Hater's not playing it too aggressive, but Romanovsky putting his car, positioning his car perfectly in the corners, not allowing Haters to attack him anywhere. Most drivers understand it is a long race ahead, so better play it safe than sorry. You don't want to spin out and spin yourself ultimately into the wall as well. After the 640, Ferrari was running in third for the long time, still has the Pro-Am lead, is now in 10th overall. Has a 23-second gap over their next competitor in class. That's Dahl in the 997 Aston Martin. Royal Blue Ferrari politely pulling off to the side of the leaders, letting this battle continue into Stowe corner.
Oh, that's... I heard a little lockup by the
Oh, there
McLaren,
was a
and
bit of a bonk.
No, don't stop there. He wants to give the place back. That's fair.
Yeah, they've got a good gap
And now,
behind, so he can allow them to.
yeah, 20 seconds.
Yeah.
They can... That's fair play by both sides. Especially the Aston.
Hopefully, didn't cause too much damage to either car. As the 455 has served its drive-through penalty. Ooh, a little bit onto the gravel there, dips a wheel. Take a look back at the 808, the other NCR team. Just gave up the position to the 38. Now back to the leader. It looks like the leader made a mistake. Haters goes through to take the lead of the race.
Ooh, drift. Raiders into the Stowe. And it seems that everyone is improving. And the fastest lap, surprise, is held by the 913 Ferrari with the 202 flat down in P15.
Yeah, they just set
the
that
track is
lap time
improving.
too on the last lap, so.
The track is improving, now it's fast.
Yep, soon there will be lots more grip on track as the drivers continue to lay the rubber down.
While the Lexus here is chasing the number 55 Mercedes. That seems the 55 is under investigation. And
Ooh, going to the inside.
Ooh, side by side.
That's a nice move.
Yeah.
Going into turn one. See if he can defend it through Maggots and Beckett's. This is the 995 Lexus of Team BUSR. It seems for now
while
they are safe from attack from behind.
yeah, while the leader, the 485, just received a 5-second time penalty for the top we saw
He set the
on the.
fastest lap of the race though with a 2-minute .7.
That's quick. He's trying
Yeah,
to
3
stretch.
seconds quicker than the car behind.
3 seconds.
Almost.
Wow. Yeah,
2.3.
2.3. Yep. So yeah, now he's trying to stretch the gap on the car behind, so he doesn't lose the place on the next pit cycle.
Now Key trying to defend from the 766 Aston Martin behind.
While the 808 is in the box, probably switching now to dry tires. That's a very late call.
Well, they did make a late pit stop in the first round in the first series of swaps, so
Yep,
that did
they
not really
were
play into their favor here.
no. They
The
were
Aston
like
cuts the track a little bit. That's
lap.
going to lose him a bit of time in trying to gain on a Nissan. Oh, and he goes very
Oh,
deep.
he probably lost the braking point for the McLaren.
And that allows the Audi of Reader to go through. Or Ryder. I'm not sure how to say it. Either way, the
Let's see.
463 Audi moves up into 5th now on the chase. Trying to hunt down the Nissan here.
Another car that is coming alive now, it's gaining some life, is the 91 McLaren P7 with James at the wheel. 8ers 59691.
Another good lap times at the back set by the 35 car. A 2-minute .2.
Yep. See, we have the first sub 2 minutes lap in race stream. So
We've had some great battles so far. 2 hours, almost 2 hours into the race. Sky really bright now, no real need for the lights anymore. Just more so a distraction for the car in front. Seeing a bright light in their mirrors.
not as much as in the first stages when it was completely dark. But still, yeah.
This Lexus is absolutely on a charge. Moving to the inside of turn 1 again. Let's see if he can get the same move done. You betcha. Moves up into 12th place. Trying to hunt down Dahl for P2 in class. About 10 seconds up the road.
And behind they are close. They're really close. And the Ferrari wants to join the party.
Mercedes is already in the party and he's trying to go through. Not quite enough room in stow.
And the Ferrari's closing. The Ferrari's arriving and is a big warning for these two guys we're watching now. While the Aston, the guy in front is saying, "Thank you, I will go." Oh,
Running wide over the
at
curbs.
A-Bay. Ferrari arrived.
Yeah,
And
Ferrari's
now
here.
in the 3 wide. You gain 2 seconds in the span of 2 seconds. That's on fire.
Oh, a little bit of contact. 3 wide, that's
3
not going
wide.
to work.
No, but the Aston will lose 2 places.
Yeah,
Well, there is
Ferrari
a
using
yellow
the toe
flag.
of the Mercedes as best as he can. Are they going to go 3 wide into here? They
Oh boy, they will. Oh, understeer for the Ferrari. Just enough space
Yep,
to
that
go in.
Aston losing 2 places.
2 places.
This Ferrari is absolutely on a roll, though.
Yeah, they started like P7 or P8 on the grid, and they had some damage at the start, the first 20 minutes, and now they are climbing back the leaderboard. Oh, a bit deep and a bit understeered, I would say, in T1.
Let's take a look at this battle for fourth place between the Audi and the Nissan.
While in front there is a McLaren that I cannot recognize the number. Number 7 McLaren? Yep. But the battle is here for P4. While in front, P1 and P2 are doing sub 2 minutes and are the only cars on track to do that.
KRL Endurance team climbing up the field. The Nissan makes a mistake at Stowe.
Now he has the opportunity. Watches on the inside while they lap the P20 Vitamina entry. Into the loop, a bit aggressive on the curve, the Audi here, trying to do as less as possible and using all the track he can to minimize the length traveled.
Bumper to bumper.
Whoa. While there is a penalty, 15-second time penalty for the car number 50 for causing a collision. They are down in P19 at the moment, P4 in class. Another yellow flag in the meantime. Another interesting battle is, yeah, it's still the same with the Mercedes and the Ferrari battling for P13.
Yeah, and they're
But these
gaining
are
on the cars
closer.
ahead too, so they might just be using... The Ferrari might just be staying behind the Mercedes for just a little bit until they both gain on the cars ahead. Just need another 1.5 seconds.
Yeah. Maybe, as you said, they're also saving some resources, like fuel and tire, to have to use them later on in the stages, in the stints. So on the outside, the Audi switcheroo, not quite there. Let's go. Let's see if he does a double switcheroo. Bit far away. Oh, or almost tapped in the rear. The Nissan by the Audi. looking at the times, 59.1 for Aeters. Gained 1 full second on the car behind. But then the P7 is setting the he just set his personal best in a few minute point 4 and gained almost a second on the a full second on P6 and half a second on the car in front. So even if is 57 seconds from the P1 is not over yet for the 5. While here we are on the roof of the Mercedes looking to the Ferrari behind, and the 911 is in the box again. The Porsche is in the box again. After a 58 minutes stint, decided to pit. They stretched a lot this thing.
We had wet tires that whole time.
Yeah, last lap was a 208.
Okay, yeah.
So maybe, yeah, there were wet tires on Optimum track. Probably. Or they gambled. They put a dry tires at the first stop. And they saved basically a pit
The front KRL Endurance team has gotten through for 4th place.
on the Nissan.
Yep, Nissan's drops into 5th. And DeMarco has gotten through on Den.
Yep.
We're just missing all the
And-
action.
Yeah, we're just at the opposite. Well, here the dive bomb.
Three-way battle. Here we go. We can't miss this.
No. The
Oh, the Nissan. Great exit.
on the
That's
outside.
wow.
Oh, okay, that's a bit unfair.
That is a
but
little bit
that's a-
unfair.
I would give the position backs, the both position back if I'm the Nissan.
Yeah, using
'Cause,
all of the track and some.
well, he literally used the outside of the club corner to have the best possible exit, and then use the grass to take both places. So, yeah, I will give the position black.
Gonna put him up into P15 at the moment, the Nissan.
This is the battle for P24, and now we are looking at P26, P27. Ilko Ugvin for last row racing. That unfortunately is last in the pro class. Still P27.
Yeah, looks like the race has not gone their way, but they're still in it.
Yeah, they're
Still-
still. Ooh, the car behind just lost it in the wall, and it spin. He gained the car back and he lost it again. And this is the pit speed racing Mercedes. Wait, they have 3 cars pit speed? Yeah, I think
Yes.
so. They have a Porsche, a McLaren, no, a Porsche, Mercedes, and another Mercedes.
And I'm pretty sure they also have, don't they have this Porsche? Yeah.
Yeah, they have the Porsche 911, the Mercedes 119, and the pit speed 3 is the Ferrari 191. So they have a Porsche, a Mercedes, and a Ferrari.
Yeah, the
that are
Porsche is going to
the
be the
Porsche
fastest for now. They're going to be 18th overall. Next is the Ferrari in
P-
24th, and then in
and
28th
then
we just saw that Mercedes just spinning on the exit of
yeah.
turn 1. Gaps have opened up a fair bit between most of the drivers. We'll just
Yeah,
have to wait
there's
until the next set of pit stops to wait for a few battles.
and the sky is becoming to be more clear. So he has less um, clouds over the track, and the wind is giving a nice little uh, breath, early morning breath, since it's still 6:21 in game time in the morning. While we are following the leader with 7.6 seconds clear on P2, the 677 McLaren, while the Pro-Am leader is actually P8 overall and is the 640 Ferrari. And now they are approaching the 997 into Maggots and Beckett's. 997 that is actually P10 overall, P2 in class. While there has been no penalties for now, that's good for the drivers. And Romianovsky lost a couple of seconds in the last lap. Yeah, 2018, probably lapping another car. Yeah, probably lapping the 55. And now the leader has just in front another NCR, the 808 McLaren, that at the moment is down in P25. Now let's move on to the Ferrari of Davide De Marco for Team Puggio that are climbing the leaderboard, and they're closing the gap to the 995 Lexus. Is 5 seconds away from the P10. They have still more than half of the race to go, so plenty of time to get in the top spots.
Yeah, now the
Exiting
morning
the
sun is becoming a problem for these drivers, getting right in their eyes in a couple of corners.
yeah, especially the I would say farm village, the loop section.
There we see the blue flag waving for the car in front of these two.
It's a McLaren. While the car 55 received a warning collision. Ooh, a bit wide for the McLaren in the background. The Ferrari is closing, is closing, is closing. He can do it. He set it also in the last lap his personal best with the 2 minutes point 5, while the Lexus set the 2:01.3. And
Yeah, the 45 Aston lead has pulled out quite a good gap, even more than enough to serve that 5-second penalty and be clear.
yeah, he's gaining. The last lap gained 1.3 seconds on the McLaren, while the car behind, the Porsche number 95, is like 2 seconds faster than him, Haters. So he's doing a quite solid stint. The Ferrari trying to catch all the slipstream of the Lexus. It's a V8 twin turbo against the V6 turbo of the Ferrari, or a V8 turbo, I don't remember.
Ooh, Lexus hits the curb.
While the 455 is in the pits and served the penalty, and also the number 50 is in the pits and serving the penalty. Now for the early stoppers. That deep, the Lexus. The Ferrari has a lot of traction. Exiting the loop, defending the Lexus. The Ferrari on the outside tries to look on the inside. The Lexus did an error, a bit too deep in the braking zone, and the Ferrari is through up to P11 for the Team Cujo lineup. While here we are for P8. Oh, the Ferrari a bit. Yeah, the Audi had a good run out of the Maggots Beckets onto the hangar straight. Still side by side. The Audi has the outside. And the Audi is through.
All 33 starters still on track.
That's a good news.
The last car, honestly, still in contention. If anything wrong happens to a lot of the field, so it's still very tight.
Yep. The whole field is in just over 4 laps. Then there is the P33 is on at 5 laps from the leader. So it's still quite bunched and action packed. While here we have the Ferrari closing on the McLaren in front. It is probably a lap at
Yep, he needs to catch up to the 997 Aston. He's got about 4.3 seconds. The Mercedes of the 55 of Luca Den catching up to these two, now within a second.
Another car that is closing the gap is the number 30 bank of the Portuguese team on the number 60 McLaren. They are just half a second away, and they have also the lapped car behind, but it will not interfere with their battle. Scuderia Iafostas. And it goes through. The McLaren had a little wiggle. While here we're watching for P5 and P6.
Yeah, P5 and
Yep.
P6. He has been a little bit off the pace. The 766 gaining a lot in the last couple of laps.
While Aders just set another fastest lap of the race in a 58.980. 1.1 seconds clear on the fastest on the second fastest car on track, that is P2.
The 191 Ferrari having a look on the inside. Let's see if he can stick his nose in and get the move done. Audi runs very wide. That's definitely going to give the position to the Ferrari. Cutting back onto the track. Ooh, maybe bumping into the Ferrari a little bit. Ferrari's going to have good track position on the inside. Gets the move done. Moves up into 20th overall.
And
See how
Davide De
DeMarco's
Marco,
doing. Yeah, go ahead.
yeah, he just overtook the 995 in the end. And he's sketching the 997 that is just in front of him. And also the Ferrari. So we have P8, 9, 10 and 11. 12 and 13. Basically in what, 6-7 seconds?
Yeah, we see all of them on the back straight there.
While the marshal waves the blue flag. Hey dude. Hello from car number 30 from the chat. Hello there.
Car 30 running 4th in class, 17th overall. The lone Bentley in the field. The Ferrari runs a little bit deep. This is the leader of the Pro-Am class. trying to defend from the Aston behind, now right on the bumper of him.
Yeah. Three wide. Three wide. No, not that much. But the Aston will try the move here. He just
Yeah, the
sneaks
Ferrari
in.
leaves the room,
Fully.
bumps a little bit. Gonna try and
Yeah, maybe
defend
the
back
Ferrari
on the
was.
inside.
Yep.
Another little
Oh,
bump.
another touch.
That's
And
gonna
the 913 through.
now it's Ferrari on Ferrari. And the 913 a little bit better on the brakes, has the advantage, moves up into 9th place. 640 Ferrari still the lead of the Pro-Am class with the 997 right on their tail again. Ooh, a little bit of a wiggle as they dip a wheel into the gravel.
While the 455 received a 10-second time penalty for causing a collision. Ooh, that was close.
The Lexus runs onto the grass. Ooh, Aston very deep on the brakes, almost making contact with the Ferrari. Nord Racing defending from the Lexus, attacking the Ferrari. That's a great battle, 10th to 13th. The Lexus having a look on the inside. Not quite close enough.
And the Mercedes is arrived. Yeah, it's side
He's
by
gone
side and
through
he
the
passed.
Lexus.
Yeah, he passed the Lexus. And while the Team Cuccio 913 Ferrari is pulling away to pull the 2 seconds gap on the 640 Ferrari.
Yeah, he himself has gained quite a lot of time on the 44 Audi in front.
Yeah, this is a big train of cars.
It's very exciting to watch though. Love it.
Yep. They're all fighting for position. That's the best part.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, the Mercedes will have a look on the inside. Sneaks.
Ooh, Aston
Not
very,
yet.
very aggressive on the brakes on the outside. Keeps his position.
Oh, he's defending. He's defending.
Yeah, this four-way battle is very nice to watch. DeMarco has gone through the Audi, moves himself up into 8th place. DeMarco is absolutely flying right now. And the Nissan pits from 4th place overall. Sorry, from 5th place overall. shot. 4 cars. All for position going into Maggots and Beckett's. This is a great battle we have for top 10. The Mercedes is going to have another look on the inside of Stowe. Again, the Aston keeps the position around the outside. The Lexus might have a look. There's contact between the Lexus and the Mercedes, and another bit of contact, and they're going to hit again. The Lexus goes spinning off to the side.
Well, that's a big one.
Yeah.
And the Ferrari there was super light.
And that's allowed the Nissan behind to catch up to this pack now.
And yeah, also, no, the 29 is more far away. Yeah, it's still here, the battle, and it's still on the outside, the Aston. The long way around, it will be all bonk. It will be the outside, now it will be inside. The Ferrari try to go on the green, but not enough space. Well, that was quite aggressive from both cars.
The Nissan has in fact gone through the Mercedes, moves up into 12th overall. Oh no, Ferrari goes spinning on turn 1.
Now the Aston has to defend. This is also for the lead of the Pro M class. While there is a penalty for the 55 for causing a collision from race control. And now the gaps, especially in the top 10, are pretty wide. There are like at least 10-15 seconds between each car. Yep, there are only 6 cars on the lead lap. While we are still chasing and looking at the 997 Aston Martin by Nord Racing, currently P1 in the Pro M category, is putting a little gap on the Ferrari behind, while also the Nissan is closing, and behind them the Mercedes has received the penalty and is losing a bit of time. There is another Aston Martin just behind him, but he's not for position. While the Nissan overtook the Ferrari in Stowe. Now he's chasing. Oh, the Ferrari went a bit deep, outbraked himself, and lost a bit of ground. to the Nissan that now it can chase a little bit easier the Aston. While in the background we saw that Mercedes got passed by the Aston Martin. That is probably the 766 entry. While the Aston went a bit wide and leaves the door open for the Nissan that moves up in P10. And and it's stretching. It's stretching already the gap. While behind seems there is the 100 Aston, but we are not there. And the Ferrari loses the place also to the 55 Mercedes. So they lost quite a bit of ground they gained in the previous laps. And the number 60 spun in eBay seems, while they're still following the number 13 that is 1.4 seconds back on the Mercedes. And in the last lap the Mercedes gained 3 seconds, 3 full seconds, while also the team booster Lexus on the outside of the exit of Vale goes through. That's another position lost for Alexander Klus from Raceline Esports.
James Jackson in the pits for the 91 McLaren.
While also Doll is in the pits for the 997 entry. And so only James from the top 10 pitted? Seems so.
Yeah, well, he was the one.
Well,
They were the ones that made the earlier pit stop.
yep. And talking about early pit stops, the car that we will wait from the top 5 is the 95 Porsche and the 677 that they have respectively 5 and 45 minutes and 40 seconds and 6 minutes and a half seconds on their steel tires.
Yeah, this Nissan's on an absolute charge now as well. They're gaining places like crazy. Now battling for P. What is this? Battling? Yeah, they're battling for P8 with the Audi of... No, P9. As the Audi dives into the pits. The Nissan will happily take that position. And some clean air in front.
Also, Teske for drink and drive number 44 Audi is in the pits. And there is a warning for the car 996 for collision on lap 72. So the sister car of the one we are just looking.
There we see the leader. Getting close to his stint limit time.
Yup. And he has a 20 seconds clear on the car behind. So that's a solid stint for Aeters. He's followed by Daniel Wendelspies for Speed Racing 191 Ferrari. And the 911 has pitted.
Yep, car number 60 in the pits, car number 20 in the pits as well. B2 in the box. 913 also in the box after that mega stint, making up, I don't know, probably like 7 places.
The 913. Yep.
Yeah. For at
Yeah,
least from when we
the
tuned in.
Marco was on 5.
Yeah, puts his team back into the top 10.
And Marcos is back in the car for the 677, while Thomas Reader is up in P3. Should be P2 for them. No, it's P3, 2.2 seconds off the 95 Porsche that is expected to pit within this lap. And in front of the Audi, we're just looking, there was the other Italian squad with the Ferrari, the Diablo Racing team by Sim and Joy, that is down in, at the moment, is P28 with Damiano De Gennaro in the drive and Fiore as his teammate. They just got overtook by the P3 that will pit in this lap probably too. And he gained a lot, get 1.2 seconds only in this lap. Porsche is in, Audi stays out. Let's say if what
Oh my god,
they can do.
cameraman.
Come on, it's 6 a.m. They brought you the coffee. You can do it. Yeah, the Nissan this Nissan is on fire now. They gained what? 7 places from the start of the stint.
Yeah, I think so as well. Something like that.
we are with the only Bentley on track. Chased down by the pit speed Ferrari. Almost tapped on the rear.
Here we have a battle for 12th overall. After these two made their pits, the 44 behind in the 913. But trying desperately to get by, Ferrari defending. The 55 enters the pits, having to serve his 5-second penalty as well. And the pit speed racing Ferrari has gone through the Bentley.
And now, yeah, now it's battle between the 44 Audi and the 913 Ferrari with Michael Sonia in drive.
P4 in the box, the 766 Aston Martin.
Seems I have to leave the commentary booth for a bit.
No worries.
I'll try to come back later.
Sounds good. Now this is the battle for 11th place after these two have taken another position from cars pitting. Audi's going to try on the outside of the Vale chicane. Can't quite get deep enough on the brakes to take the position into the next corner. And the leader in the pits after 81 laps. On the outside, not quite. Again, the Audi can't get the grip on the outside of the corners. The Ferrari positioning itself perfectly to defend.
Hello, Kaz. Hello, stream.
Hello.
Can you hear me? Hello, hello. So, I just finished my stint as a steward. I have to go now. It's a nice race to steward. It's very calm. Not much is happening in terms of incident. And I see that Vincenzo just left you. Sorry
Yes.
for it.
Yeah, he
Oh.
had to go do something.
Yeah. Well, I think he might be back because we now have 3 stewards that will be ready to do it. So even better than the first 3 hours.
Perfect.
So we are pretty much at halfway. I think it's going good. Like an NCR car is leading. So
Yeah, Dynamite is now in the car. Hater's good stint, man. Well done.
I just spoke to the drivers. I was at the
7
voice chat with all the NCR drivers, and they were all calm, confident, especially the 3 that are on top. They were super organized, and they look forward to end this. So it's gonna be a good one because they prioritized the settings for the dry, so they gambled. and it's paying out because they were slower than the competition in the wet, but as soon as it got dry, they were much
Oh,
faster.
the Nissan. Contact with the Aston Martin. Still is going to take the position on the outside.
Is it the number 35?
Yes.
Janik's car.
No,
Ah,
45 is Janik's car.
yeah, and that's not the Nissan?
It is. There's the 35 and a 45. There's
Oh,
two
damn it.
Nissans.
Ah, I got confused. Oh, well. Well, boys, I think I'll leave the stream. I'll have to go. I hope everyone is enjoying this. Well, I did for sure, and all the drivers I spoke to, they were all very happy with how the race is going. We had no delays, no nothing. Everything's going smooth. So I'll leave you to just cuz
Sounds good.
that with that, by the way, who's doing a very very good job.
Thank
So
you.
I'll see you guys.
See you.
Have a good one.
Thanks.
Good evening. Well, good morning for you.
Pretty much.
See ya.
Yeah. Battle for 18th overall here. The number 30 Bentley. The 911 Pit Speed Racing Porsche. As the Bentley pits. Tune into Connor McClellan, the 91 McLaren, in 8th place on the tail of the 766. Aston in front. This team qualified in second, recovering pretty nicely after doing a bit of a gamble, going on dry tires rather early. And we see the 35 enter the pits. Now they climb up into 7th place. Terrar now in the car for the 640 Ferrari. In second place in class, defending from list in the Lexus. Tune back into 7th place. Now 6th place, Connor McClellan, well done. Gets through the Aston Martin. Into Meggetts and Beckett's. Once again for these two cars. Less than a second separate them. The Ferrari just pulling ahead a little bit this lap. We're with the 38 of Marco Rosas. Trying to attack the 50 Aston Martin in front of him. Probably trying to chase down that 60 McLaren in front of him. 23rd overall. It's right on board. The Portuguese team. Not quite close enough to make a move yet. .35 after serving the pit stop is under pressure from the 996 Aston Martin behind. This is for 10th overall. Nissan very deep on the brakes. Might open up the corner to the Aston on the inside. Sticks a nose in. He's going to bump the Nissan off the track, but ultimately takes the position and moves into the top 10. There's a yellow flag on track. And after the pit stop, the lead for Dynamite in the 485 Aston is just under 6 seconds. Hunter McClellan setting the fastest lap of his team's best so far. .997 of Nord Racing, the leader of the Pro-Am class. Getting a little bit under pressure from the 55 Mercedes of Luca Den.
We are at the halfway mark, still a way to go.
There you hear the announcement. We're at the halfway mark of the race, 3 hours left. Tune in with the 44. Right on board with the Audi for a few laps. Nice clean air in front. Finishing the lap here. Quick right-hander. Got about 5 seconds to the next car. The 996, after getting through the Nissan, just can't quite build a big enough gap to really shake the Nissan off. Still within a second. And at the front, the leading car sets the fastest lap of the race, 58.5. We have a battle for 17th. The 808 NCR Shadow team. Defending from the 29. Bumper to bumper. The Aston not quite close enough there to get a move done on the inside. As the 808 dives into the pits. Behind the 30 Bentley, trying to overtake the 191 Ferrari in front. Right on board with the Bentley. Trying all he can to get by the Ferrari in front. We have the Garage 55 Luca Den up in 15th place now. .7 seconds to the next car. There's that BUSR Lexus in front. Just creeping into shot at the front of the camera there. We have a battle for third between Smeets and Vessel. Vessel runs a little bit onto the grass there. In the Porsche, not quite close enough to make a move here. I think the Audi in thirds will be coming to the end of his stint pretty soon, if I'm not mistaken. stow. Almost bumper to bumper. 95 just needs to close that gap just a little bit more before he can really make a move. Front, the gap is fairly stable at around 5 seconds, but it can go up or down by a second just depending on the traffic of the lap for the drivers. So we see a Ferrari cutting the corner there on the right. Bit of traffic in front of these two. Let's see if that comes into play as these two start lap. Never mind. That is the new start F1 start finish line. So they're going to go side by side though. Porsche's going to have the inside in the next corner. If he can stick it in on the brakes. Now it leaves a little bit of room, but Porsche backs out of it. Team BUSR Lexus defending from the 55 Mercedes behind. Still trying to close the gap in front, just 1.5 seconds to second place in class. 640 teal Ferrari we see in the front of this pack. Gonna leave you with this pack battling for 13th place, and I will be back in just a few minutes. There we just saw the 55 get through. 640 for 14th overall. Now I'm going to try and hunt down the Lexus in front. Smeet still can't get by Vessel for 3rd overall. just within a second of the Audi in front, the 95 Porsche of high-speed ninjas. These two are approaching some traffic, so that could come into effect when they approach them at the end of the Meggetts and Beckett's complex. And the 996 Aston Martin is in the pits from 10th place. Front, the gap is closed down to 3.6 seconds. The fastest lap of the race being set by the 677. .913 Ferrari back up in the top 10. We saw them earlier climbing up the leaderboard. Pit speed racing 191, trying to catch up to the 38 of Rosas in front. It's for 22nd overall. Down the back straight. Can he get it done? Not quite enough room. He's going to try and swing around the outside. Aston covers that move off. The Aston does swing, in fact, very wide. Leaves the door wide open for the Ferrari. Approaching the start-finish line. Ferrari's going to take the lead. Moves up into 22nd overall. we have 29th overall. XE Racing number 20 McLaren. Trying to catch up to the 119 Mercedes in front. Lapping the Ferrari there. Looks like the Ferrari did sustain a bit of front end damage. Yep, as the Ferrari enters the pits. Vettel still hanging on to third place. Smeets has been on his tail for the past 30 minutes for sure. Still not able to get any sort of move done. Porsche behind the Audi. We have a battle for the lead going on now. The 677 McLaren has caught up to the Aston Martin. Right on the tail of the Aston now. McLaren's going to try and stick his nose on the inside. Not enough room there. Dynamite good on the brakes. Making a good defensive line. Now onto the power. This long straightaway. The car in front of these two dives into the pits, staying out of the way. We'll see if the McLaren can get a good tow into turn one. Try and sweep through Maggots and Beckett's, where we've seen a lot of moves get done in the rain. Into Stowe, McLaren looking to the inside on the brakes, side by side. It's a small tap. They're still going to go side by side. Into the Vale chicane, the Aston's going to stick his nose in on the inside. But the McLaren has the position for the next corner. We'll see if the Aston can keep the traction from on the outside. And the 677 retakes the lead of the race on lap 100. Really committed move from the McLaren into Stowe. Let's see if Smeets can do the same to Vessel for third. Still not quite close enough. That gap hanging out right around half a second. We've got a good train of cars here. Almost here. Here! For 13th place. It's the 640 Ferrari defending from the 29 Aston and the 55 Mercedes. 640 is not in class for these two, so that's why the Mercedes and the Aston are going to go battling pretty hard at the moment. Mercedes is going to swing to the inside of Stowe. Pretty similar move we just saw for the lead of the race. The Aston again is going to stick the nose up on the inside into the chicane. Aston much better on the brakes than the Mercedes. They're able to retake the lead, the position, 14th overall. The 29 has a look at the 640, and there's contact between the two, and that allows the 55 to go through the pair of them up into 13th overall. Drama up and down the field. Just recently seen the lead of the race taken back by the 677 McLaren, who started on pole position. Hunter McClellan still in 6th place, recovering well after their bit of mishap earlier on the tires. Still in contention, trying to catch up to 5th place Nissan of Rombach, and that's the number 45. Vessel and Smeets getting very close to each other now. Side by side. Not enough grip there for the Porsche to keep the position. Has to pull back, stay behind. And the lead of the race is now up to 2.2 seconds. There's a 15-second time penalty for the 766 Aston in 7th place. it's really just sector by sector between these two and how much traffic there is. It's, yeah, these two very evenly matched on pace. Going to be a good battle to the end between the Porsche and Audi. Vessel with a little bit of wiggle into Stowe. Smeet's not close enough to take advantage of that, running very wide on the exit though. Gonna maybe try and move into the chicane. Oh no, as we see a car flying, that's probably a disconnection from the 913 Ferrari. Unfortunate for them as they were making a comeback up and down the field. What is happening here? Nonetheless, these two continuing their battle for the last step of the podium. Ooh, almost contact between the two. Gaps at the front really opened up now, 6.4 seconds. You're not quite sure what happened to the 913 there, but they were flying all over the road. Still in 9th place, though, behind these two. Still the closest battle we have on track is these two, so we're just going to keep riding with them. Right on board with the Porsche. Listen to that flat six. And number 5, Ramach in the pits in the 45 Nissan. McClellan follows him from 6th overall. Lead now 7.7 seconds. Ooh, was an Aston on the left-hand side of the Porsche there rejoining. There's a 10-second penalty to the 640. Car in 3rd place of the Pro-Am class. Conditions have really improved since the beginning of the race. Nice bit of sunshine. Track's warming up. No more rain. Porsche swinging to the outside. We'll see if he can finally get the move done. Ah, just runs onto the grass. Not enough grip there. Not quite enough grip. Porsche still just hanging back on the tail of the Audi. You aren't really losing any time on the car in front either, so not necessarily a bad place for the Porsche to be. Brakes into stow. Those two are very evenly matched throughout the entire stint. Excellent racing between the two of them. try the switcheroo, doesn't quite get a good exit to stick his nose in on the inside of the exit. Car 91 with a drive-through, 766 15-second penalty. Car 29 with a 10-second penalty, and the 640 also with a penalty. We've got Bruno Lemos in the 30, Bentley, riding in 20th overall. It's got 7.3 seconds to the car in front. Let's see if he can close down that gap in the last 2 hours, 13 minutes. There's also a drive-through penalty for car 60. Currently running 5th in class, in the Pro-Am class. Pretty up and down race for these guys, but still in it, still in a good position. Of course, these guys are the favorites of the chat. A lot of supporters for the 38 and the 30. Number 29, one of those cars with a penalty. The 913 goes into the pits from 10th place. 91 has served its drive-through penalty. Now Milo Coast is in the car. Smeet's still behind Vessel in this battle for 3rd. Leader now with a 15-second gap over 2nd place. Leader of the Pro-Am is in the box. Nord Racing. As we see more and more cars get drive-throughs for track limits. Smeets runs a little bit wide on the exit of the last corner. Again, not the first corner. Side by side, Audi does get a wheel onto the curb. They do have a little bit of contact. They're going to go side by side onto the exit. Porsche just a little bit wide onto the green stuff. P5 in the box, going to be serving that 15-second penalty. Here we have a battle for 12th overall. Two Astons going at it side by side. The 996 does get a nose ahead, but the 29 gets the better track position now on the inside. The 191 sticking its nose in there too. As the 29 dives into the pits, going to serve that penalty as well. Second place Dynamite Alive goes into the pits. P1 also in the pits. Boxed at the same time. Here we go, is this the moment that Smeets is going to get by for third place overall? The Audi dips a wheel onto the grass. A little bump, Audi stays ahead. Porsche really deep on the brakes. The Audi tries to swing back to the inside. The Porsche is going to have the inside line into this corner. He's done it, he's going to take the place. Third place is now Sem Smeets in the high-speed Ninjas Porsche. The Audi, though, looking pretty quick on the exit. That would have been a brave move from the Audi. Audi tried to stick it. Porsche runs a little bit wide. A little bit of a bump from the Audi there. Porsche keeps position. Porsche in second, Audi third. Romanovsky in the car for the leaders, and Papa Jim in the car for the 485 Aston Martin. Smeets dives into the pits from second place. Tune in with the leader of the Pro-Am class, Nord Racing 997. Got a good gap to the car behind in class. Right around 15 seconds. A little bit slidey on the exit there. In fact, he's got more time than I thought. Here is that car in second place in class. Ooh, getting very wiggly on the exit of Stowe. No worries there. That's not for position. Or was that for position? It's not. So here's Denny Zenon in the 32. '14th overall. Trying to catch up to the Mercedes of Hatcher. If that's the 55. Number 44 D&D team. Patrick Teska at the wheel at the moment, running an 8th overall. Recently into the car. About 4 laps into his stint. Trying to defend from the 766. Aston carrying a bunch of momentum through Maggots and Beckett's. Audi able to pull away on the straights though. The Audi runs a little bit wide, gives the position to the Aston Martin into the Vale chicane. Bit of traffic coming up for these two as well. Romanowski starting one lap 115. Papa Jim behind him in second place. Vessel in the pits from second place. Let's see where Vessel is going to come out in relation to Smeets. These two were battling all of last stint. Now with just under 2 hours to go. This will be the battle for the last step of the podium. gets the full service done, exits the pits. Thomas Reeder's now in the car for KRL Endurance Team. And there we see the Porsche go by. The Porsche is going to stay in front of the Audi. However, can the Audi get in front of this battling duo of Ferraris? No, it cannot. That's going to cost the Audi just a little bit more time. The undercut we see from the Porsche, very effective. Gained about 2 or 3 seconds an advantage over the Audi. He's right on board with Milo Coast. He's got a fair bit of fresh air in front of him in the 91 McLaren. Fast first turn, just drop a gear, turn it in, back onto the power into the Maggots and Beckett's complex. Just a lift there from Milo, a little tap of the brakes, down a few gears into the last part before the exit onto the straight. Papa Jim is in the pits again. Car from second place in the box again. Perhaps they've sustained some damage. Unfortunately for them, that might cost them a podium position. As Milo clears Stowe and goes into the Vale chicane, drops it down into the first. Now a very quick double right-hander, or just right-hander, very slow on the first part, and just go flat out for the second. This is a very, very quick right-hander, just a little bit of a lift. Tap of the brakes from the McLaren. Corner should be flat, and then hard on the brakes into this right-hander. Quick through the first part, very slow for the second part. This loops around. Then onto yet another long straight. Not close enough to get a tow from the cars in front. Papa Jim exits the pits in 4th place, 7 seconds behind 3rd. The 463 of KRL Endurance Team to make up quite some ground to catch up to Smeat's. 5.3 seconds is the gap as the DND 35 Nissan enters the pits. This is Dahl of 997 Nord Racing, carrying a bit of scrapes on the front end. Nothing too major though. 33 cars still rolling on track. It's good to see everyone still showing their commitment to the entire race, despite any problems they might be having. Reader is effectively able to close the gap in front. It's now down to about 4 seconds. Gained a little over half a second on the last lap to Smeets in second. Still plenty of time for them to close down the gap and perhaps get on the second step of the podium. Here we have Never Lift Extreme Racing trying to catch to the Audi in front. This is for 14th overall. Going through the Maggots-Beckett's complex. The Aston flashing away, trying to distract the Audi in front. Or perhaps just saying hello to the viewers. They go into the Vale chicane. Audi more than a car's length in front, able to keep the position. Over the last couple laps, the Aston has been able to close the gap very effectively in just under 1.5 seconds gained just on the last lap alone. Let's see if he can get a good toe down into this braking zone at the end of the lap. I'm going to try and swing wide to the outside. Not close enough to make that work. Tries to swing wide to get the position back on the inside for the next corner. This battle goes on. Let's tune into this battle for 19th overall between Stefan Vimozar of Pit Speed Racing 911 and the 640 of Close. Ferrari was pretty close, not quite close enough, as we see the Aston trying to make a move into Stowe. Maybe a little bit of contact there, hard to see from that camera angle. Yep, Janix, you're right. Rain in 30 minutes. That'll spice things up. Definitely going to spice some things up. As the Audi leaves room on the inside for the Aston. .455 goes wide though, gives the position right back to the 32 Audi. Back there we see the 38 Aston Martin of Pereira. Yeah, you can sometimes tell by just looking in the distance at the clouds that maybe the weather's going to increase. Yeah, this game's pretty cool in that regards. As we see the 32 Audi letting the 38 go. Interesting. Bit of lag there. As we saw the 455 go off the grass, but now going to go to the inside of Stowe, at least try to. The Audi staying wide, leaving the door wide open. Soon into the Nissan, battling with the 913. Both of these two were on a big charge earlier. Ooh, as the Ferrari couldn't quite cut back. Has to cut across the track. Gonna give the position to the Nissan. As I was saying earlier, both of these guys were on a charge earlier, gaining about 7 or 8 places in their stint. Now in 11th and 12th, respectively. .3 seconds to the car in front for the Nissan. Or sorry, 23 seconds to the car in front. Looking at the wrong thing. Got a bit of a gap in front, but still plenty of time to close that down. As we see the 640 and the 30 battling for position in class. Bentley's going to stick it on the inside. Ferrari's going to try the cutback. Yeah, the cutback's not quite there. The grip just went away from the Ferrari. Bentley's going to keep that position. And behind this pack still we see Nissan stays ahead of the 913 Ferrari. Leader at the moment has a very solid advantage. Almost a minute and a half ahead of second place. And then the KRL Endurance team, unfortunately, cannot keep up with the pace of the 95 Porsche in second. They've fallen back 12 seconds behind. Papa Jim, after his pit stop, probably to fix damage, if I had to guess, is now only 1.7 seconds back of third place. This team BUSR is trying to catch up to the 32 Audi, who is struggling a fair bit, I must say, letting a few cars through. Maybe perhaps trying to save a bit of fuel and save a bit of tire. There's a 15-second penalty for car 50 in 27th place. Lexus is catching up to the Audi still, as the 10th place Aston Martin is in the pits. Gonna stick it on the inside. Yep, the Audi's just gonna lift and give that place. 15th place is now the 995 Lexus. Second place in the Pro-Am class for them. Here we have Papa Jim in the NCR team. Sees the Audi right in front of him, 1.4 seconds the gap. He's right on board with a fellow Greek driver. Closer and closer. Gained 0.3 on this last lap. Sector by sector, gaining tenths on the car in front, as there's a yellow flag on track. Papa Jim now within a second of the Audi. Right on with the wing of the Audi. Ooh, Papa Jim, a little bit of a mistake. That'll cost him just a couple tenths there. Gonna have to regroup and try and get back on the wing of the Audi as best as he can. car in 16th place, the 29 Aston Martin. He's in a good gap. He's got 4 seconds to the car behind. Try and push forward and see if he can gain on the car in front. Gap is about 13 seconds, so he really needs to push. Lost a bit of time on this lap. As we see Teska letting by Smeets. Papa Jim trying to close the gap back down after his little mistake in Maggots and Beckett's. Look here at close in the 640, an 18th overall. Currently third in class. Got a couple of rounds of pit stops left, so that could change. But behind them, this is the battle for 11th place between the 913 Ferrari of Padovan and Tom Hatcher, the 55 Mercedes. Behind them is the 30 Bentley, trying to catch up to the 640 Ferrari in front of these two. So it's a battle sandwiched in a battle. Of course, the 640 will try and stay ahead of these two as long as possible while being shown the blue flags. Definitely helps having a few cars between you and your competitor for him to try and overtake you. There we see the 640 running a little bit wide. That's going to give the 913 the advantage into trying to lap him. Gets it done on the inside. The Mercedes is going to have to stick behind though. Couldn't quite filter through. Now he's going to try on the outside. This might give the Bentley a little crack at a move. Oh. Two battles side by side. The Mercedes in front of the Ferrari, and the 640 Ferrari stays in front of the Bentley behind. Yeah, Peter, that battle was that hurt my brain for a second as well. And after all that, we've got Hatcher in 11th, Padovan in 12th, close 18th, Duarte 19th. Bentley running a little bit, cutting the corner. Probably not gaining any time though. And at the front, Papa Jim within half a second of the Audi now. Goes very deep on the brakes. Getting ever so closer to the rear wing of the Audi. Right on board there actually now. Papa Jim gaining a few tenths on that last lap. Still can't quite get close enough to make a move though. It's just for the last step of the podium. Reeder has gained quite a bit of time on Smeets. It seems like he has made a mistake on the last lap. His last lap was a 2:07.2, 8 seconds slower than his personal best. That means the gap from second to third is only 4 seconds. As Papa Jim dives to the inside, sticks his nose in just to show his car, but not really any danger of going side by side there though. Audi had that covered off pretty well. There should be some light rain arriving in 10 minutes time, followed by more rain in 30 minutes.
Oh yes.
Oh yes!
They asked, we delivered. And what happened to the 485 that is down in B4?
No idea.
Okay.
They just pitted again. They must have sustained some damage or something. Oh, a bump!
Ooh.
And that's the 32
This will be
Audi
report.
going off the track. That was for position.
Yep.
.913 dropped back from the 55. Duarte got ahead of the 640. We see in the background there the teal Ferrari. That was for third in class, 18th overall. And at the front, Papa Jim and Reeder closing the gap on Smeets in second place. There we see the white and purple Porsche. 2 cars in between him and Reeder.
While there is a yellow flag. It is the number 32.
Yeah, perhaps after picking up some more damage,
Yep.
causing him to spin. 911's in the pits. That's a very unfortunate time for them to pit.
Yep. And they were also in the top 10.
Papa Jim just staying behind the Audi. Still can't quite get close enough. We need a bit of help from maybe the traffic or something somewhere else. Just find that little bit of pace. Maybe the Audi makes a mistake.
Yeah, in front they have just the 32 Audi. So P2, 3 and 4 are still together after 4.5 hours of the race.
And the 455 Aston is in the pits. From 13th place.
The gap is still the same for P2, 3 and 4. Going into the lap 134. While here we're watching Milo Kos with the 91 McLaren, that is doing a good recover till now, I would say. More than a recover, a good race. Oh, a little wiggle for the 766 behind him. And the rain is arriving. So who can pit in the next 10 minutes has the possibility to do the perfect timed pit stop. And the Aston looks on the outside, but it's not quite there yet. The Audi can put a little gap between him and the Aston.
Yeah, it looks like Milo's gotten through some traffic where the 766 still needs to deal with that. Advantage to the McLaren there.
I think this battle will go till the end of the race.
I mean, I hope so.
Yeah, everyone hopes so. Unless the drivers. Apart the drivers. Looks on the inside. Not yet there.
Yeah, these two are also going to have a good battle again.
Mm.
The 91 and the 766. There were some incidents earlier, but driver saying maybe there was a bit of netcode issue as well. And there we see the raindrops coming from the camera.
Oh boy.
We'll
The
just
track
have
will
to
go down.
yeah, we'll just have to see if these drivers can extend the stint by 9 more minutes to make it to that 70-minute mark for the stint timer.
I think they can.
Well, the track condition has now decreased immediately to fast after that rain has arrived.
Yeah. The times are going up.
Yeah, now it's about not making a mistake, keeping your car pointed in the right direction.
Track is greasy.
Within half a lap, track conditions are changing just like that.
Well, that's a big shower.
There we see Smeets in the foreground. They're going to go side by side.
Oh, yeah.
Oh, not quite. Sticky just pulls out of that one. Again, just can't quite stick his nose in for a move. Yeah, track conditions still greasy. So the dry tires should be able to hang on just for a little bit longer.
Yeah, this rain level is low enough to give the possibility to dry tires to being still able to lap consistently, but as soon as we will move to the 4 lines of wetness, it will be time for wets. While the 996 receives a 10-second time penalty for the contact we saw exiting the Maggots Beckett Chapel section a couple of laps ago. While the Aston and the Audi are going side by side into the Vale chicane, and the Porsche is pulling away. Seems to be more comfortable, Sam Smith in the Porsche in this condition than the two following drivers.
Yeah, 5 more minutes and these guys will be able to pit onto the wets to complete their needed stint strategy.
Yeah, I would say at least 3 more laps. They have to, let's say, suffer, and then they can put wets on and go till the end, as you said also.
Yeah, Smeets has pulled quite an advantage now, 6.2 seconds up the road from these two. Here he goes to the inside. Again, just not close enough to go side by side into the corner. The Audi defending very well on this stint. Reeder's
And
teammate
Track
on
is
the
down.
last stint was defending very well from Smeets for most of the stint up until the end when Smeets was able to get by him. But yeah, KRL Endurance team knows how to defend.
Oh, he squeezed him. Leave enough space, and it's through.
He did leave
He
enough
see the
space
rest
there.
is
He
through.
did leave the door just a little bit open. A little
Yep.
bit more to the right, and Stiggy would not have had that move, but Papa Jim moves into 3rd place now. KRL
While the
Endurance in
nine
4th place.
while the 96 had a close moment with the P6 and P7.
These guys are still going to keep battling, though. The
Yep.
position still isn't secured.
And the Porsche is in the box. Porsche is
Porsche,
in the box. Oh no, they cannot do it. Yeah, they have to do a splash and dash if they pit now.
they're going to have to, yeah. They have no other
Well, let's
choice.
see. Oh, here is Giacomo Padovan in the Ferrari, trying to chase the Mercedes. While Sam Smith is back in P4, but he didn't change tires. Oh, contact in front of the Ferrari between the 640 Ferrari and an Aston Martin. The Sam Smith in the Porsche didn't change tires. He only did the drive-through. That's curious.
He just did a drive-through.
Yeah, I will check again, but he literally did only a drive-through. Yeah, he joined the pits and he did a drive-through, but he had no penalty to clear.
That's very strange. He was definitely good on his stint timer as well.
Yep.
He only did 24 laps on that stint, 50 minutes. He was well clear. That's
Maybe,
an interesting call.
Maybe they tried to reset the stint timer, but they have still to
But
pit
they didn't.
for
But why? They
wets.
didn't need to clear the stint timer.
Yeah, that's maybe a wrong call
That was a
by the
very
team.
strange move. Yeah, I'm not quite sure what happened there. Let's tune in with Coast.
Yeah,
Still
maybe a
defending from
wrong
the
call.
Aston Martin. Just a little behind the 913 Aston on track. Or sorry, the 913 Ferrari, that is.
While the Nissan is in the box, the 45 Nissan is in the box.
Yeah, plenty of drivers driving into the box. The 455, the 32 is in the box.
55. Yeah, everyone is diving into the pits.
Yep, 55's diving in.
While there is the number 7 having a little excursion on the extra turf at Megats and Beckett's.
Yeah, let's see if these two will pit also. Milo into the pits. The Aston's
And
gonna stay out. Let's see if that pays off. Oh, he bonks into the
why?
wall on pit entry.
Bong! And there is a 10-second time penalty for the car 91. So the Milo McLaren
Hmm.
for spinning another driver off in lap 135.
Hmm. Well, here Papa Jim is still yet to pit.
Yeah, now he's safe to pit. He's trying to stretch as much as possible.
Can you please show the livery of the number 50? Sure.
Ooh, that that was close.
The
While
808
also
dives into the
the
pits.
NCR Shadow into the pits.
Plenty of drivers into the pits. Yeah, now it's safe on the
Stop
stint
and go
timer.
for speeding. That's even worse the situation for Milo and the LTC crew. They just did the stop and go for speeding.
Yeah, you saw him crash into the
Yeah,
pit barrier
I
there. He
saw.
could have just been carrying a little bit too much speed after contact
Oh,
with
and there
that
was a
barrier.
car, and there was the 457 just spinning in front of Milo. I saw.
Yeah, everybody diving into the pits.
Let's see if
This
the
is
Nissan
Janix on
can
the
do it
on the
easily.
inside. Yeah, he's on the wet tires,
On,
isn't he?
yep,
Is that
and
Aston
the
still on
Aston is on
dries?
dry tires.
Yeah,
Yeah,
there
it's
he
still
goes
on
into the
dries.
pits.
Yeah, that was the the necessary move to dive into the pits.
NCR Legends team is in the box from second place.
Yeah. Well, the Porsche is coming. Let's see how much is the gap between them. While also the 677 is in the box. And they literally have the P2 in front.
Yeah, they have a very, very big advantage.
The Porsche is coming out of the last corner now. They are quite easily into P2, the NCR legends. But it will be still close with the Audi that pitted a lap or two early. And they are nose to toe.
Ooh,
Ooh,
very big wiggle from the back marker in front.
yep. The same car that spawned the lap earlier. While the LTC Sport McLaren served the stop and go. No, it's still showing. So they might have changed drivers only.
Marcus Ettrick now in the car for the lead.
Yes, 3/4 of a lap on P2. And with 1 hour to go, everything can still happen.
Yeah, just over an hour left.
I'm super impressed by the 997 that is P7 at the moment and is leading the Pro-Am field with a full lap on the second, that is the 808 NCR Shadow.
Has he boxed for wets yet?
The P7?
Yes.
I'll tell you in a second. Yes, he's on wets.
Wow.
Everyone is on wets. And apart for the number 50, it shows me that is on dry tires, everyone is on wets. So yeah, they lead effectively with 1 lap on the other competitors in class. That is quite a big margin.
That is a really big margin.
In the meantime, the Audi is losing a bit of ground to the 485. It's just 4 seconds behind. 4.2 seconds. While the Porsche is losing a bit now. Or I'm wrong.
Perhaps a little bit. He just recently pitted, so he could just get the tires could just be getting up to pressure still. Yeah, very good race from the 997 crew. They started in 25th place overall,
They
up
are
to
in
7th.
P7. 1 hour to go.
Yeah, David Mutka just needs to bring it home for Nord Racing.
Yes. He has a bit of a margin on P8.
Yeah, about 17 seconds.
Yeah. And from around half a minute, 40 seconds on the Nissan. Yeah, 37 seconds. So he can.
Yeah, Hader's in second place is pulling away from the Audi. 5.6 seconds. The gap was around 4.2 last lap.
Yeah. There are also some lapped cars in the middle. Aether's 2071 Vessel in the KRL Audi 2088.
Ryan Scheckerman now in the car for the high-speed ninjas. In fourth place, he's got 13 seconds to catch up to the cars in front. Gained about 8/10 on the last lap. Still very much in contention. Behind him, with a 30-second gap, is Janix in the Schulze Motorsport Racing. Number 45 Nissan. He is setting a very good pace though. 2070 is last lap. 1 second gained on the car in front. There's a yellow flag. Oh, there's a car just parked in maggots.
Yeah. Some chaos in Maggots and Beckets.
What else is new?
Um,
Mercedes again spinning in the background there. Here's the number 20, McLaren. 27th overall.
oh, that's a little wiggle for the Aston in front.
More rain is coming soon, as the forecast predicts.
Yep.
And the leader is in the pits.
Again? Oh, well, that's interesting.
Yeah, not quite
They are
sure what
doing a
happened
full
there.
service. They are doing a full service. I'm checking.
Nonetheless,
They are rolling.
They should, yeah, they're rolling. They should still be out in front.
Yeah, they have
Yeah, Hater
a
still
big
needs
fight.
to get through some traffic and do the last couple of corners.
They pitted on lap one. No,
Yeah, they must
yeah.
have either sustained some damage or must have been a mistake in the pit stop.
Ooh, that's damage.
Where? To who?
For the leader. For the leader.
Oh, they had damage?
Yeah, they received damage by a spinning 457 in maggots and backhands. Big, big damage. I think like 10-15 seconds, maybe 20 on the rear.
Yeah, now the gap to second is only 32 seconds.
Well,
I say only, but...
yeah, only. Still quite a margin. Yeah, they pitted for repairing. Well, they had the possibility to have this free pit stop. Indeed, the 457 is in the pits, repairing the damage.
Yeah, the 95 Porsche is dropping back a fair bit, 15 seconds to third, and third place is 8.2 seconds back of second. So the gaps are opening up a fair bit. Not quite any battles on track. We're gonna let the autopilot do its thing. I haven't used it before. Let's see how it does. Oh, it uses these cameras too.
Magic.
Yeah, see, I like just using the TV cameras. It switches to all of the freaking cameras though. Like all the drive ones.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm just gonna go back to doing it manually.
No, you want to do it manually.
It's better that way.
Yep. We're watching the airborne racing team.
Correct.
While the last two cars on the leaderboard are in the pits. Well, it it would be nice to see all the 33 cars finish the race.
Oh, for sure.
Now they go into the Vale chicane, and we move to the Royal Blue Esport Ferrari that is down in P30.
This was a late entry,
Yep.
so not a whole lot of practice for this team. Still sticking around though. Not a bad
Still,
result though, only 5 laps off the lead.
yep. Still cruising around, trying to improve their pace. It's still a solid result to finish an endurance event in LPG.
Exactly. It's not easy doing this, so
No.
cheers to them. Cheers to everybody for sticking around and doing what they're doing what they like to do. Just drive around.
Racing.
Yeah, just drive around. From one Ferrari to another, the 913. Was on a good run earlier. You know how I mentioned Janix was on a good pace. The gap to
Yeah.
from him to 4th place is only about 15 seconds now.
Well, that
There was on the last
then
lap, the 95 did make a mistake, I believe. It was about 10 seconds slower than his last lap.
I'll check. Oh, there is a car going wide here. Yeah, he did some mistakes. He lost, as you said, 10 seconds. The Porsche.
Here we have a move for position. This is for 20th overall. Ooh, the Ferrari running a little bit wide though. Battling with the
Goes for
Porsche,
the
a little bit of a
inside.
tap. Meanwhile, P3 behind them is getting caught a little bit in this battle. Up the road from these two, we have both the Portuguese teams together on track. Leader is lapping them at the moment. This is for 3rd overall, or not 3rd overall, 3rd in class, so we'll see if they decide to battle each other or just play the team game and just go to the end like this.
Well, considering the P2 in class is literally half a minute in front of them, and there are only 45 minutes to go, I think they want to battle the last place on the podium. Maybe I will be proven wrong.
Yeah, we'll just have to wait and see what happens there. They do have a decent gap behind, 40 seconds as well.
Yeah, so plenty of space to battle. While the Porsche in P4, as you mentioned earlier, is having some troubles. Is losing a bit of time each lap to the Nissan behind.
Yeah, almost a second each lap, if not more.
Well, last lap lost uh, almost a second,
Hmm.
so maybe a more dry-ish setup.
Yeah, but even this Aston Martin said they focused on more of a dry setup, but they're gaining on the leaders at almost half a second a lap. Sometimes more than that. We'll see if there's enough time in the race for them to gain and try and overtake them for the lead.
And there is also haters that in the wet is
The
very fast.
38 Aston goes through on the Bentley between these two teams.
So the Bentley is keeping the pace. No, he lost the place.
Yeah,
The
yeah.
Bentley.
The Aston went through.
Okay. Okay, I missed the switch. While there is a drive-through for car 455 for ignoring blue flags during lap 141 to 146. So that's a big chunk of time
It really is.
for ignoring a blue flags. Well, gap is now 26.9
Janix has now
for,
closed the gap by another second, only 14 seconds from 4th to 5th.
yep, 13.8. While the gap for the win, for the pole, not the lead, is, that will be around 25, 26 seconds. $26.6. Still going down.
Yeah, a little bit at a time. We'll just have to wait and see if there's enough time in the race for that gap to close down to nothing.
Well, I'm sure that both teams will keep pushing till the checkered flag
I'm sure
and
all
see.
the teams will keep pushing till the checkered flag. You never know what can happen, especially in a wet race like this, with the rain continually increasing too. Nord Racing 2 trying to catch up to 11th place. The 91 McLaren. Jackson in the car currently. They still have that 5-second penalty, so even if the Nord Racing car keeps this position, they will still finish ahead of the 91.
Yep. So they can play it safe and stick within 5 seconds to the car in front.
Send it!
Or, yes, exactly, the other option was send it. Till is clean, it's all good.
Luca Denon, the leading Mercedes, struggling a little bit. Jackson right on the tail now of the Mercedes. This is for 10th overall. Even if Den loses the position to the McLaren, he just needs to stay within 5 seconds until the end of the race. Jackson all over the tail though.
Oh, moves out of the slipstream. On the
Oh,
outside,
very close. A little
ooh,
bit of contact. He might just be able to keep the position. He's going to have the inside into the next corner.
he should give the place back for me. But he's through. It was very on the limit.
Yeah, that was very close. And now the Nord racing car in the background wants to try and keep up with this battle.
Ooh, and there is a car spawning from. Oh, that's big. That's a big accident.
The drive-through has been
That's a
cleared.
that's
For the
a really big
455.
accident.
Who was that? Did you see?
It's the Vitamina, number 38, with the Thiago Bogas, and another car that I missed. Probably P12, the 996 Aston Martin. That was a big impact. Yep, they have big damage on the front.
Yeah, you can see that hood's popped up there.
Yeah.
Yeah, they're going to have to box, unfortunately.
While the gap between P1 and P2 is still 26.4.
Yeah, stabilizing right around there.
And we are on board with or Yannick Rambach on the Nissan of Schulze Motorsport E5 at the moment, closing the gap to the Porsche in front. The 95 Porsche, just 9 seconds split to two cars. Going to Maggots and Beckett's. Chapel on the hangar straight. And they gained another half a second in the first sector. The Nissan seems very strong here in the first sector, loses a bit in sector 2. But is still quite competitive. While they are approaching some back marker. Very deep on the brakes for a village and the loop. while the Audi P3 is still losing ground to the P2. And the gap between P2 and P1 is stabilized to around 26.5 seconds. Still half an hour to go. Everything can still happen, but
The 996 after the damage comes out in 14th place. Trying to chase down the 29 Aston Martin in front.
he has to face the 640 Ferrari and lap it.
Right behind the 996 is the 45 Nissan. Closing the gap very effectively to the car in front, only 8 seconds now. It was 30 at the beginning of the rain.
The Nissan seems comfortable in the wet condition.
Yeah, the gap for the lead seems to have stabilized right around 26 seconds. Oh, the 32 Audi spins off into the wall from 15th place.
No.
It's going to give the position to the 455. And perhaps a few other cars behind.
Yeah, the 808 is closing on the 455. Another car closing, as we saw till now, and we will keep saying, is the Nissan, 6 seconds away from P4. Another yellow flag involving car number 13. While here is the battle for P16. On board with the Italian driver, trying to catch the Audi. Maggots Beckett couple section onto the hangar straight with the team boost following them. Lexus that is P22, if I'm not mistaken.
Yep, that's right.
So they're also lap down. And yeah, the gap is still there, just under a second between P17 and 16.
3.3 seconds. Janix is coming.
Oh boy. And the 119 is involved with the P19, the number 30. And also the P18, the number 38 is involved in a three-way incident, seems.
Yeah, this is going to be a good battle for 16th between Andrea and Wilkie May.
While Aether seems to have lifted just a tiny bit on the pace in this lap. Oh, Janix went through on the Porsche. Janix is through on the Porsche.
That was
The
quick.
Porsche, yeah, the Porsche did an error. Lost 6 seconds in the last lap.
Yeah, this Porsche has really been struggling in the wet conditions.
Yep.
Oh, running wide. Does Janix have time to catch up to third?
24 seconds in 25 minutes. It's quite tough. Oh, the Porsche lost it in the Vale chicane.
Yep, there it
Don't
is, just on the
don't
inside there.
rejoin. Yeah, it was a bad rejoin. Luckily, no problems. Well, Janix
Unfortunately,
needs
yeah, go ahead.
Janix needs 2 seconds per lap to catch the car in front. It's tough,
It's tough. He will
doable,
need a couple of
but
errors
tough.
from the car in front. I think Haters
Yep,
has just made a mistake. His last lap was a 2:15.
yep. So now the lead is above, just over 30 seconds between P1 and P2.
Here we see Vessel negotiating some traffic in front. That's the number 60 McLaren. Currently running 24th overall.
The Porsche is still trying to catch the the P18. Oh, and there is a spin. Yeah, little spin in the just in front of them of the Porsche we are watching now.
Yeah, this is the pit speed Porsche sandwiched in between the two Portuguese teams of the 38 Aston and the 30 Bentley.
Oh boy, 20 to go. 20 minutes to go.
Oh, the Porsche goes through on the inside. Aston leaving plenty of room. Just in front of these two, Andreas still behind the 32 Audi.
Oh, little wiggle for Andrea. Still there, the gap seems.
Yeah, Janix is probably not going to be able to close that gap enough. He is gaining, but there's just not enough time left in the race.
No, but he's still stretching on the Porsche. So at
Oh,
least he want to secure the P4.
and of course, as we cut away, Andrea goes through.
No, we need to see best Monaco reactions.
Audi runs wide in the background. The Lexus is going to try and unlap himself.
And there is a yellow flag. Yellow flag involving the 995. No, the 95. The 95. The 95. So the 766. Okay, it's lot of ground to make. While the Mercedes in the pit seems to be retired.
Yep.
Another yellow flag. The 119 and the 640. Two yellow flags at the same time on track. While Garage 55 has to defend the 11th place from the 913 Ferrari that climbed a lot during the whole event, the leaderboard after early problems, but seems to be stopped at around P12, P10. It's still a good result. Seems the Ferrari is closing, slowly but is closing to the Mercedes. Trying everything, the Ferrari, to gain that place. Oh, very wide.
Looks like in front these two are catching up to Jackson for 10th overall with 15 minutes left in the race. He has that 5-second penalty, of course, so they just need to stay on his tail, and top 10 position is theirs for the taking. The 913 right in the mix of this as well. Almost was able to stick his nose in there. Gonna try maybe a move down the back straight.
Ooh, the 766 spawn on the exit of the loop.
Into the final stages of the race, Jackson does seem like he has a bit of pace over these two. He is pulling away slowly, but again, that 5-second penalty just needs to pull away enough. Top three remain unchanged. The 677 McLaren started on pole, still in first place. 485 Aston started in third place, moving up a place into second. 463 Audi currently in third. Started in 14th overall. Then Janix and then Nissan started 7th overall in 4th place. The 95 Porsche started 5th, currently 5th. These two actually getting really close to Jackson for 10th as the Ferrari attempts to move around the outside. Not quite close enough though. Ferrari's gonna stick his nose in on the inside. Mercedes slightly closes the door. Ooh, the Mercedes runs a little bit onto the gravel though. Ferrari is gonna go through.
Not yet.
For now.
Now he's yeah, now he's gone. And the Mercedes will
Oh,
try
the
to switch
Ferrari's
through.
wiggling wide though. They're gonna go side by side. Baggett's and Beckett's. The Ferrari's gonna pull in
Oh,
front though.
boy.
Everyone's going side by side there today.
Oh, wiggle for the Mercedes. Exiting the club. And fun.
Unfortunate there for the Mercedes. Gonna have to recover back up the grid to be within 5 seconds of 10th. And with just over 10 minutes left in the race, there just might not be enough time.
Yep, 10 minutes to go. 10 AM in game time.
there's also a battle
While
for 13th going on.
I was just saying to look the 996. And there is the McLaren, the XE Racing McLaren in the middle of these two guys fighting. And the Aston, the 996, seemed to put a little margin on the 455 in the top.
Yeah, I think so too. The Ferrari's still not able to get by. Or maybe they are able to
Oh,
get
the
by. It
9.
says in 10th. So maybe
Yeah,
Jackson has made a
9.
mistake and is behind them.
Yeah, he spun. He spun in the on the on the straight, the Wellington straight.
Yep, now in 11th place.
12.
Oh,
I think they lost the place also to the yeah, the Mercedes is just in front. Now they have to watch out from the 29 dive bomb massacre team. Just 8 seconds behind, but with the penalty will be around 2.9 seconds. Team Boost following the 995, number 995. Rain is still increasing. So overall, in the end, we had what expected. No?
yeah, pretty much. Rain, no rain, rain.
Yeah, a typical British weather.
A typical British day. Oh, there's a spinner.
Oh, the
It looks
32.
like the 32 Audi, yeah.
Oh, in the wall. Oh boy. That's a
Yeah, and from 17th
yeah.
place.
They slided three till the bridge on the Wellington. And with just under 6 minutes to go. Oh, 7 seconds. There is not enough time for the Nissan to catch the 44 Audi.
455 is just struggling to find some grip, get close to the 996 in front. These conditions just aren't suiting this Aston Martin as well as the one in front,
No.
but still keeping very close. Keeping the car in front honest.
Yellow flag. Again on the is the 91 on the Wellington Straight. That their race started very well on quali yesterday. They started also good today, and then they lost lap by lap the consistency they had at the start. That's pretty unfortunate for them.
Yeah, starting from second, it was really close between the top three.
But this changeable conditions also implies drama.
Yeah,
Also for
for
the
sure.
fastest.
And the lead for the race is now increased to 35 seconds. Marcus just cruising around at this point.
Yeah, we are on the last lap, basically. Next will be the last lap.
Yep, he just needs to round these final corners, cross the line one more time, and this will be the final lap of the race for him.
Leaders on final lap now.
And as also the engineer stated, last lap for the 32 cars still running. While the 91 seems to have a big problem. Again, deep. And he lost another place. Also, the 95 just bonked into the wall out of T1 on the last lap. While we are watching P1, the leader overtaking and lapping the 808 NCR Shadow.
Yeah, they're second in class, and remember, they did start from the pit lane, so that's a really good result from the 808 team.
Yeah, they started P33 from pits. So yeah, as you said, and they lost also a minute at the start of the race because of no force feedback for the driver.
That is very unfortunate.
So yeah, few corners to go, 35 seconds lead. Everyone is waiting for him at this point. Markus Ettrick and Domian Romianowski did an amazing race.
Yeah, really good result from them, from the German sim racing team. In the
And they
677
will
McLaren, rounding the last couple of corners now. They're going to take the win in the 6 hours of Silverstone. Rounding the last corner, checkered flag to the right.
And they
There it
win.
waves,
Finish the race.
and there they go. Congratulations to them.
P2 is the NCR Legends team with Utku Bayer, Aeters, Dynamite Alive, and Isidros Papajim. They bring home a P2.
Oh, and the 455 gets a drive-through in the last lap of the race.
So he might get penalized about 30 seconds, so lose a couple of places.
And there we go, second
While
and fifth place cross the line. 10th place, DeMarco has crossed the line in the 913 Ferrari. They are the lead Ferrari.
91463 KRL Endurance team with Marvin Vessel. Another car for ignoring drive time limit, but they will be still P4 as the P5 already crossed the line. Marvin Vessel and Thomas Reeder, crosses the line on P3.
Yeah, well done to KRL Endurance. They started pretty low down the grid for the pro class. I think they were in 14th. Went up all the way
Yep.
up to 3rd.
And Yannick Rambach and Stefan Key for Schulze Motorsport on P4 in the Nissan.
Yeah, good result from them.
Now we wait the winner of the Pro-Am class, the Nord Racing with David Mütke and Doll, V Doll, don't remember the
Valentin.
name, Valentin Doll.
Yeah, great
For
result
them,
from them. They were started from 25th all the way up to 7th.
they bossed the Pro-Am class.
There's the race
P2
over.
and P2 is Andrea Ripamonti, Felix Tasmisvaca for in the Pro-Am class for NCR Shadow, while
Yeah, P.
Thiago Bogas
Mhm.
and Thiago Bogas and the Portuguese crew finished P3 in class 19 overall. Well,
Yeah, the Pro-Am category was pretty spread out throughout the whole grid, all the way from 7th is first place. That was pretty commanding from them.
yeah.
So overall, a great race. We want to thank everyone for joining. Really couldn't do this without you guys. It was really fun to watch. Great battles on track. Hopefully you guys were able to access some of the pit wall features. Thanks to them for giving us access to their amazing program. Thanks to all the stewards. Really kept up with everything. Didn't have too many tickets, and thank you all for keeping the standards very high. We saw some great racing without any incidents, which was amazing to watch, especially from the
So
commentator's perspective.
yeah, the steward side was a bit more chaotic, but still pretty clean for a 6 hour with so much wet
Yeah, about half
start
the race was wet.
and half dry.
Yeah, it was pretty good mixed conditions there. Starting out, of
Green light,
course,
go,
in
go,
the
go.
dark, going to the light. Overall, it was a great race.
Yep.
Thanks to all the viewers who tuned in. Really appreciate. Thanks for sticking out, sticking with us, and because we don't know what we're doing, we're just having fun out here.
Just
Hopefully, you guys
talking.
enjoyed it.
Ah,
Either way, congrats again to all the winners, all the podium finishers, and all the finishers for getting through an endurance event. It's not easy stuff, and we hope that you join us for the next one. Thanks again for joining us. We will see you next time.
bye bye.